Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
Is that correct?
Fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the kid. Dati mihi Anglican for his service. Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Alrighty, we're ready. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. We're going to kick things off before I even give away the internet. I promised you something yesterday. And every other news outlet in the country delivered before I did. But I have to make good on my word. So we are going to... We're going to jump over here to Judge Cedric's
For the
court.
record, I would respectfully request an adjournment. Or I did hear a voice. I don't know if that might be her on Zoom.
Susan Hall.
We're gonna jump over here to Cedric Simpson's court from the other day.
There's somebody who's on Zoom who's iPhone 3. Do you have a name?
And we're getting the run up to it. I'm giving
Susan
you the
Hall.
whole deal, not just the trimmed down TikTok version, by the way.
I have no response.
No response. Bench warrant.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. On 5,000, I'll give a
FTA.
10% privilege on that.
Oh, there I
That
am.
warrant, there have been previous warrants, so I'm going to have that warrant issued.
What's
Thank
up
you.
next, Judge?
Court calls case People versus Corey Harris.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present via Zoom.
Oh, he's here.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
Hey.
We'll wait.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
All right.
Good job.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
What's that look on the judge's face? That's a frown.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving,
Corey
and he
just
didn't have
made
a
the
license.
connection.
Oh,
Is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his
Yes.
record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
oh.
We're all speechless. Corey, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Hello?
That's not the right thing. That's not it.
1 minute, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, maybe don't talk. Oh, the video just got pulled down. Oh my goodness, it just got pulled down. I kid you not. While we were watching it. What in the world? I've never seen that happen before. Why did it disappear like that? Maybe it'll come back. Wow. It got pulled down. Hello, guess what? I'll spoil it for you if you haven't seen it in the 7 million other outlets that that showed it. Bond was revoked. Turn yourself into jail today at 6 p.m. that was the deal. I kid you not. That video just disappeared. Where is that? Is Judge Simpson must be furious. He doesn't like that out. I've got the clip. You guys have all seen it. I just thought I'd share it because I told you I would. All right. That's all good. Well, we have other stuff to do. First of all, we have to welcome Karina. Karina, are you here? Karina? Hello, Karina. There you go. Boom. Karina Bowman, first in chat today. We're going to give you the internet, Karina. You know how this works. You've seen it happen enough to know that the first person in chat every day gets awarded the internet. It's actually a sentence. It's a punishment. It's a penalty. Some people think it's a prize. It is not. It is not. But congratulations. Congratulations. Let me see. Let's see. There's links to it everywhere. It's on CBS. It's on Fox. It's on that clip is everywhere. You can't delete it off the internet, Judge, no matter how hard you try, which it looks like he did. I kid you not. Judge Simpson. I'm going to see if I can find another one of his. There's a live feed.
Court calls the case.
This is a different one. I'm going to go back to his channel and see if he took the... This was the 15th of May is when it happened. Oh, he's live right now. That's nice. Let's see. May. Whoa. Friday. Everything has been deleted, or privated. His past live streams. And he has assigned an intern to take everything down. I kid you not. It's down. They're deleting, they're purging his channel. They're purging his channel. The most recent video, look at this. The most recent video on Judge Cedric's live stream is, well, I'm in the way, and so is Karina. Sorry, Karina, I have to move you. Was 2 months ago. Other than this one that's live right now. What's up right now, Judge? Are you? He's not up yet. But past live streams 2 months ago. They deleted everything. The judge must not be happy. And you saw it happen here live. That was crazy. That is crazy. Yes. Okay. Channel. Go to channel. Yep. 2 months ago was the latest thing. All right. Well, I think the judge will learn a valuable lesson as well, that you can't put a genie back in the bottle. That does not work. The poop does not go back in the horse, as Emily Baker would tell you. Let's see. What do we have today? We have the trial. We have a trial. Yay! We have a trial. We have the. We were going to call it the Tennessee versus David Swift trial because that's what its proper name is. But I think it's the hot tub trial. I don't know what else to call it other than that. Let's see. That is absolutely crazy. Just saw on Twitter that District 14 Cedric has discontinued live streaming. Zooms may be streamed on a case-by-case basis. Oh, no. Oh, no. Judge Cedric doesn't like going viral. It's the clip of the one with the driver. That was the straw that broke the camel's back for Judge Cedric. And with it, 3/4 of LawTube just fades into obscurity. Oh, no. Is there a... Let me just see. I want to check Twitter to see who's announcing what. Let's see. I'm going to send out a tweet. Okay, I'm sorry. I've got trying to do two things at once. We're going to start trial in just a minute. We might even be a little bit behind. There we go. All right. Now where were we? Let's start. What did you miss? Okay. There's a hot mic on this channel. Judge Simpson, just to recap, Judge Simpson had a viral clip from the 15th of this month. So 2 weeks ago, that little clip happened, and it just went viral yesterday. Okay, and sometimes it does that. It just takes a while. A news channel picked it up. It sort of spread like wildfire for the news, which it often does when it hits the AP. It hits the wire, and it goes to everybody. But it was that little viral clip of the guy who was driving while he was on a suspended license, and he ended up being revoked and sent to jail. Judge Simpson has at times not liked people to use his video. This one went viral, and within 24 hours, he has appeared to have taken down much of his YouTube content and possibly might not be live streaming a lot very much anymore. Not sure if that'll fix anything. Let's see. All right, we have a birthday to celebrate. Let's do that. It's going to be Sammy's birthday. So sorry, Sammy, for your birthday. Judge Simpson said no presents for you. But Sammy, we're going to sing to you. Then we're going to start with the trial as we catch up with what is part 3 or day 2 of testimony of the Tennessee versus David Swift trial, the hot tub trial. I found the best way to not spill your water is to drink all of it. All right, now that I'm full like a fish, we can sing. The UK show this morning showed it. Yeah, it's out there. You can find it a million places. But you missed, we were watching the Judge Simpson clip live from his channel. Not live, but we were watching it from his channel when he deleted it. Anyway, so we're gonna sing birthday songs for Sammy right now. So please join with me in raising your voices in celebration of Sammy's birthday. You can do this first by warming up. La 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 la. Deep breaths, shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with those of your neighbors as we celebrate for Sammy today. Here we go. Dancers, go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sammy. Happy birthday to you. With the high kicks. Wow, that was a lot of water. Now I'm like leaking in my forehead. I'm full. Happy birthday, Sammy. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could be with, but here you are with us. Happy birthday. Hope you have a great one. Help yourself with the free pancakes at Denny's before they go out of business. Have a great day as we endeavor to begin our day. Live feed. Let the birthday music just play for a bit. There we go. There we go. All right. So Greener says, so any hot stock tips? Apparently everything I touch, it's the opposite. What's the opposite of the Midas touch? Is there such a thing, the opposite of the Midas touch? Midas was the one where everything you touch turns to gold, which was actually a curse. It's not a good thing. Let's see. Now I have to go back and catch up on this trial. We can catch up really quickly. You do have to go back and watch at least one of the police interviews of the defendant. Other than that, what you need to know is the defendant is the husband of the victim. The victim was found after being missing for about 40 days. In suspicious circumstances, blunt force injuries to the head were the cause of death. Her car was found on the side of the road about a quarter mile from the defendant's home, or from her home, I guess, with a screw hole in the tire. And there were lots of hot tub parties. Let me just say, let's put it this way, Braxton. There were so many pineapples at these parties that the average observer just walking by would have mistaken this from like an attempt to capture the Guinness Book of World Records in Fruit Ninja. It was a happening place. It was an adult party and in a hot tub, and quite a bit of them. And that's all you need to know. So all the details are in the interview, because he spills all in the interview. He really does. All right. Let's see where we are with. Okay, let's go here. Nope, not there. Back. All right, so we're not quite ready for court because they're starting in about 15 minutes. So we have a little bit of time. The pineapple might need to be we might need a pineapple on the thumbnail. And speaking of thumbnails, let me see if I can show you what we have so far to sort of give you the quick rundown of what's happening, or what has happened. Let's see, we're going to cover up. Let's see, what picture do we not need anymore? That one. Okay, here we go. This is the latest and greatest from the thumbnail. It's already, we're just basically 24 hours into the trial, and here you have Tennessee versus David Swift. We have the F-35 flying next to the sign because that's the noisemaker they make during court. I'm not sure about the photos next to it. We've got rainbow hot dogs, 3G. The video, but this crime happened in 2011, so it's been 13 years since it occurred. Just now coming to court. Far end corner, we've got the shirt of the clerk who wears a shirt covered in U.S. flags. So we've got the garage with the Wi-Fi or the cell phone extender. 5 bottles of bleach next to the pool. Let's see, the defendant peeking over or through the fence at the girls in the hot tub, which apparently he did. The defendant's also down the bottom little corner with the crutches on his knee next to a bale of hay, with a Pinocchio nose. All the junk in the trunk is all there from the car where it was found, with beer and everything else in the back. We've got the dogs down by the river, the lit cross, the police search where the body was found. TBI towing. We've got all the happenings. That's basically the first 24 hours. That's what you missed. But we'll continue. We'll continue. You know what? I want to show you the end of that clip. I'm just going to find it from somebody. Let's see. YouTube, Cedric Simpson. There's a link in Matcha. Yeah, I need it on my computer, though. I can't get it from my phone to my computer very easily. Let's see. Well, actually, that one I can. Thank you. That one works. All right. We're going to show you how this clip ends. Just one second here. And this clip is courtesy of a Lefty Loading on Twitter. So thank you for reposting this for us. Here's how, I think this is the shortened version.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something.
Nope.
This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
That is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking
more
at
than the
record.
charges.
He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Poor lawyer. She's like, yep. I have no words. There's only one thing the judge can do here. The defendant's got his mouth open. He wants to talk about it, but all he can say is this.
Hello?
That doesn't help. It doesn't.
1 minute, Mr. Harris.
It's like, but it was the doctor's office. The whole issue he was supposed to be in court for was the fact that he was driving on a suspended license. That's like the underlying cause.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harris, I'll be giving you a call.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, she's going to be giving you a call at the jail. That's where you should be. We've seen that before. It's happened many times, but oh, man. So he is in jail, yes. I'm just pulling in. It's a confession. It's a confession. The sad part is Judge Cedric Simpson, I think, overreacted to the fact that he doesn't like people using his video clips, and he's pulling things down off YouTube, or at least directing his interns to do that. That's tragic. That is a huge loss. A loss for justice, a loss for all of us. But let's see. All right, where are we on? Was there anything else we had to do this morning? Literally just saw this shared in Melbourne, Australia. Seeing Judge Simpson on my Insta was like two of my worlds colliding. Sometimes Judge Simpson has done this in the past. Okay, he loves being on YouTube. I think he loves it, but he hates people using his video. And when the two collide, he pulls a temper tantrum, and he pulls the video off YouTube. So he's done this in the past. He'll be back, I think. I think he'll be back, but we might be Simpsonless for the near term. All right, where is... Trying to see when we're starting in the Karen Swift trial. I think it starts right now, so let me get over there. What time do we start the timer for Daybell? Because we're at right now for Daybell we're at 2:05. Just let me know when I'll start it, and then I'll start the live stream as well. When we do have a verdict in the Daybell case, we are going to take that live here on this channel. So we'll pause what we're doing and get that handled. Okay. Let me get the trial we need. There we go. All right, so now we're up and ready to go. Let's see if we got any audio yet from court, and we don't. But we do have video. Okay, our count for the trial for what we're counting today is the Once Upon a Time. Now we have audio. We have Once Upon a Time. Because this trial happened 13 years, or this crime happened 13 years ago, a lot of the witnesses have foggier memories. And so, yeah, it's not so swift, but every time somebody makes a reference to how long ago it was, or I don't remember because of how long it is, or it's been so long, or I don't remember anymore, something like that, we're counting it on the counter. Remarkably, some of the witnesses have had amazingly sharp memories, amazingly sharp, even without refreshing their recollection with the report. So much so that the contrast between this case and the Karen Reed case is glaring, absolutely glaring. Not so swift sounds better than hot tub trial. Should we call it not so swift trial? Can our good editors over on Canva? I'll actually rename it. Not so swift. Oh, they're already Steve's in there working already. Not so swift. All right, I've renamed it in Canva, and I see Amber's in there working. A couple people are working on the thumbnail. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? She just came in. She's like, "We got a ticket," and I'm like, "What, for not mowing our lawn?" Well, apparently we're going to the ocean on Saturday. Go check out some beaches. Okay. They're working on the HDMI cables. That's what those flashes are for. But now we're back. Let's see. What is scrunched together? Oh, I need to get. I need somebody to tell me on Daybell. Are they starting at 10:30 my time? Can anybody from the crew, Red Pen, somebody, Ashley, Lois, any of you know what time they're starting? Oh, I'm not current on chat. Maybe you've already told me. $10 a.m. your time. Okay, we'll get that started right here. Thank you, Amber. Is that when Denise? Is that when the juries start deliberating again? When we start the timer, because we've got 2 hours and 5 minutes on there right now. Yes, juries resume at 10. Okay, so I need a reminder at 10 sharp, and we'll start the timer at that time. All right, give me a second to make Top Mark Media ready.
Bring the jury.
We need music or something. This is lay bad cinema right now.
How does he do that?
Let's see. A final thumbnail for Daybell will be uploaded. I'll grab it right now. Scheduled for later at 10 o'clock. Takes a bit to download it, but it's coming now. Okay. Bridget says, I missed day one with you yesterday because I was watching Daybell. Will I be completely lost today? I want to stay live with you guys. I don't think you will, Bridget. We can get you caught up pretty quickly. Thal's back as well. 2 days in a row. To what do we owe the pleasure? Thal, thank you, my friend. Can we get a PDF? I'll make all these available. We might have to do it through Facebook or Discord or something. I'm not sure, but let's see. There's the thumbnail. Edit things on the back end.
Call from.
Hey Thal, do you need a soundtrack behind you for your call, or are you good to sort of do your own music?
Oh, hey, we're good with music. I'm always good. I'm always down for some thumping. Two things real quickly.
Yeah.
I saw a commercial. You know your intro music?
Yeah.
I saw a commercial for Hyundai.
Like the car,
right?
The car dealer? Yeah.
Yeah. And they stole your intro music. They stole it. They're using your intro music, sir. I think we should write them an Instagram telling them that this music belongs to Recovery Addict.
If only we had some friends or somebody knew a lawyer or something where you could have them, send a letter. No,
I don't know. It's impossible to know lawyers. I don't know any. So
yeah.
I don't.
Do lawyers even have friends? I mean, I'm asking. Yeah, just kidding. It's.
Yeah, I don't know. Personally, I blame Weather Watch for all of this.
Yeah,
that's where I lay it at. So.
Speaking of Weather Watch, we have a podcast tonight. Are you going to be there?
Sure.
Awesome. He'll be up.
Yeah, of course. And I'll get the fix for this whole thing. Yesterday I saw a lot of good back and forth in the chat, and chat's very knowledgeable, very smart. And people were going on about, do we believe him? Do we not? Do we think he's right? Do we not? Do we think he did it? Do we think he not? And the whole thing, guys, can be answered by one simple question, chat. Okay. Daryl Brooks has already provided the perfect defense, chat. Daryl Brooks. Subject matter jurisdiction. He claims that in court. Bang. Wins. Over. It's over. Case closed. Boom. Right there. Perfect defense. Can never be defeated.
Oh, man. Good stuff. Thal, it's good to hear from you again. I hope you're doing well.
You too, brother.
Life's going well. So
I'm doing great.
We'll have to catch up offline one time.
Not a problem, brother. Yeah, just called in to let you kill some time because you got a thing going. So
yeah, I think the judge is about to walk in, so we'll start any second now. But thank you, my friend. Good to hear you. We'll see you.
You too, brother.
Right.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Thal's a good guy. Let's see. I'm just getting Daybell ready right now. Let's see. Judge Boyce is going to be Sorry, guys. There's a lot of things happening. I would have had this. I'm going to throw my wife under the bus here. Can I do that? Is that allowed? She was exercising till like just before I was going live, and I just didn't have time to get everything set up. Can I blame her for this? Probably not. Bad idea. I take back everything I said. I immediately regret my decision. Let's share this over there. Maneuver it like that. Now we're going to go live over on the... Let's see. Did I do this right? Did I put the right thumbnail up on this? Over on top mark? Oh yeah, we're good. Okay. It's correct. Okay,
scratch all that.
We're going to go live over there just in case something happens. And then how did I run this yesterday? I'm not sure if I can put the timer up for you guys over there.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
When is the next day of the Karen Reed trial? Sorry if you mentioned it already. Just dropping the kids off at school. Mahoney, no problem. I think it's Monday.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Judge.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Here we go.
Good morning to you. Helen, we're going to change a little bit about what we do with bench conference. We think we're going to do it over here at the end. Will you just pick that up and move it when we do that? Okay. Very good. General, is anything before we bring jury in as far as you're concerned?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor?
We're ready, sir.
All right. Let's bring the jury in when they're ready to come. I hear chairs squeaking.
All right.
I hear chairs squeaking. That may be their phones. Okay, our defendant is in the long sleeve button up green shirt with the khaki pants, brown belt, and glasses, sitting between his two lawyers. It isn't a signed lawyer, but it might be
All right, let's be
a lawyer that's not really a public defender.
Good morning to all of you. Well, you know, my question that I asked yesterday, how's everybody feeling today? Are you good? Everybody good? Anybody doesn't feel well this morning? Okay, good deal. During the time since we adjourned yesterday, have there been any discussions about this case with anybody? Need everybody to tell me no or yes, either way. Okay. Has anybody approached any of you in any attempt to discuss the case or inquire? Did any of you do any research or look on any social media site or try to review the day's events online? Anybody do that? Okay. Good deal. Thank you very much. Are we ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. State call the next witness. Danny Petri.
Yes.
Danny Petri is next witness up. If we're running the same sort of schedule we ran yesterday, this may be another participant at those infamous hot tub pineapple parties. But most of these witnesses have been relatively quick.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole
He's
truth,
tall.
and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
We need like an extra tall hot tub for him.
So you're Danny Petri?
I am.
And you're a former Dyer County Sheriff's Deputy?
Correct.
Were you employed by the Sheriff's Office on October 30th, 2011?
I was.
Were you on duty that afternoon?
I was.
Did you have the occasion to go to 65 Willie Johnson Road in Dyer County?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us the purpose of your visit there.
Sergeant Walker was headed back out there, I think, for some follow-up questions or to speak with Mr. Swift again. I was in the area. He asked me to meet him out there.
Okay, and did you, in fact, meet him there?
I did.
Okay, tell us what you encountered when you got there.
When I got there, Sergeant Walker was already on scene talking to Mr. Swift. I pulled up behind him and got out, mainly observed.
Okay, where were they talking?
In the driveway.
Okay. Were you able to observe whether or not the garage doors to the home were open?
To my knowledge, they were closed.
Okay. Did you, and on that visit, did you or Sergeant Walker go in the home?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see Sergeant Walker go in the home?
No, sir.
Okay. What did y'all do while you were there besides talk to Mr. Swift?
That's basically it. It was just a conversation. Mainly, Sergeant Walker was the one doing the communicating. I mainly listened, sit back and observed.
Did y'all walk around the house or anything like that?
As far as around the house, no. I mean, it might have been a pace in the driveway, but no, there was no walking around the house.
Okay. Were you a canine officer at the time?
I was.
Okay. Did you have your dog with you at the time?
He's always with me.
Okay. Did you take your dog out of the truck and employ him for any law enforcement related purpose that day?
On that particular incident, no.
Okay. Pass the witness.
That was it. He didn't even get his credentials. Where did he graduate? Where did he matriculate from?
Mr. Petri.
Good morning.
All right. Can everybody hear me? All right. You were law enforcement on October the 30th of 2011.
Is that a question?
Yes.
It is, yes.
All right. How long had you been with is it the Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
You had been with the Sheriff's Department how long?
Since 2007 was my hire year.
Okay. Do you know around what time you arrived on that day?
Not
was it afternoon or evening?
It was evening, before dark.
All right. And that was when you first arrived at the Swift house?
Correct.
Okay. You arrived in a vehicle by yourself?
Me and my dog.
Okay. And Officer Walker, was he there when you arrived?
Correct.
He was already at the driveway?
Correct.
You pulled up?
Correct.
He was standing there. Was Mr. Swift there, or do you recall?
I do.
Was Mr. Swift there?
He was.
Okay. You don't know how long they had been there before you pulled up, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know if Officer Walker had been there before you pulled up and left and came back, do you?
I do not.
All right. And you talked with Officer Walker and Mr. Swift.
Is that a question?
You're all talking.
Is that a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, we were.
Okay.
Is that
And
a question?
you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary or unusual while you're standing in the driveway, did you?
That's hard for me to answer.
You're talking to Officer
unordinary.
You're talking to Officer Walker.
I'm talking to Officer
Yes,
Walker?
sir.
Are you asking me if I am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this sounds more like statements, not questions, so I didn't know.
Let me back up.
Okay.
Officer Walker and Mr. Swift are standing there and you drive up.
Is that a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they were, yes.
All right, listen to what I say and then respond.
No, sir. No, if you ask a question, I will respond. You're sounding like statements.
And then you pulled up. Did you pull up to the house when Mr. Swift and Officer Walker are already up there?
I did, yes.
All right. And you get out of do you get out of your vehicle?
I do. Making him say, "Do you?" or
And
"Did
do
you?"
you go to where Officer Walker and Mr. Swift are standing?
I do.
Okay. And when you pulled up, you don't know how long. Are you saying you don't know how long they had been there previously to you pulling up?
Not an exact time, no.
Right. And that was your first involvement? Was that your first involvement that day at the Swift house?
It was.
Okay. Are you not exactly sure of the time frame of when you pulled up?
I testified that it was later in the afternoon.
Okay. And did you notice anything unusual or out of the ordinary while you're standing there talking to Officer Walker and Mr. Swift?
Define unusual. What do you mean?
I'm just asking, do you see anything unusual or out of the ordinary?
That's a vague question. I don't define unusual or unordinary.
Do you
I
smell?
don't live at that home, so I don't know what's typically normal for that home. Or
Do you see any debris, or do you smell anything?
I don't smell anything. No, I mean, no, sir.
Okay. And how long were you there before you left?
It wasn't too long. I couldn't put a time on it.
Okay. Could it have been a matter of just a few moments?
As far as putting a time on it, I'm unsure.
Okay. And then at some point, did you leave?
I did.
All right. You're not saying you were there for hours?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
To ask you about something out of the ordinary. Were you able to observe Mr. Swift's demeanor while you were there?
I was, yes.
Did you notice anything about his demeanor that caught your attention?
During the course of conversation with Sergeant Walker, he was energetic when talking about prior law enforcement experience when he was a reserve. And then when it went to his wife, his demeanor did change.
Okay, describe how his demeanor changed.
He dropped his head. He wasn't excited
Objection's going to be overruled. Go ahead.
His demeanor did change. He would drop his head. You could tell a big difference from the conversation with law enforcement with being kind of upbeat, energetic, fast to respond to questions like that. When it came to questions with his wife, there was more hesitation. It wasn't that he was not answering the questions. It was more of a thought process. He had to think about what his answer was going to be, and more unsure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you saying that when Mr. Swift spoke and answered questions, he paused at times?
At times, correct.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. That's what you noticed.
Not just the pause, no.
All right. And that he either looked up or looked down at different times?
I testified to down.
Okay. Are you saying that Mr. Swift answered questions for you and the other officer?
He did answer, but his answers were different.
All right. Did words come out of his mouth when you asked questions?
Some were faster than others, but yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
The attorney's like, he can't win this.
Step down, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The witness released.
He's also speaking about defense.
Mr. Taylor. All right, sir.
Mr. Taylor doesn't want to see him again.
Call your next witness.
They called Bill Bona.
Bill Bona. Bill was the host of the hot tub parties. If this guy comes up and he's wearing a pineapple shirt, I will quit.
I do.
See how good his memory is. Going back 13 years to a few parties.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name, please?
Bill Bona.
Okay. And Mr. Bona, do you know David Swift?
I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay. And where is he?
Here.
Sitting at the defense table?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also know Karen Swift?
I did.
Okay. Tell me how you knew Mr. Swift and Mrs. Swift.
I met him through my wife, met Karen through my wife, and the same way with David.
Okay.
So it's the wife's fault?
How long did you know the two of them?
Probably 6 months. I mean, I knew of them, and I really wasn't close to them or hadn't met them. Probably 6, 8 months.
Okay. Do you recall attending a Christmas party in which you and Mr. Swift sat near one another and had a conversation?
Yes.
Do you recall that conversation?
It was really, more me listening, but it was
it was just an uncomfortable conversation. I mean, he kind of told me his life story, and everything was it was uncomfortable for me. Everything was how people didn't give him a chance and take him seriously, and he overcame that through music and other things. So.
Hold on just a second, sir. Go ahead.
Objection relevance. Judge is mulling over.
We are going to establish that there was a pattern of behavior by Mr. Swift, and this was just 6 to 8 months prior.
Okay. Why don't we let the jury go to the jury room and let's deal with this? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let you go to the jury room. Don't
Looks like we get a proffer.
Case, please.
Looks like we might get a proffer. The judge has not ruled on this objection yet. No crime con this year. Hopefully next year. I don't hope we don't have to wait a year. Ian, I'd like to meet up with Ian. I'd like to meet up with Rob. It'd be awesome to meet EDB. Rob, I know, wasn't able to make it this year. At last minute, he had to cancel. But next year, we're penciling for CrimeCon. I don't know. I'm thinking about July's podcast.
I came over there.
Paranormal.
Objection. The basis of the objection is relevance. The court's got to understand context, timing, and how material this is in order to sort this out. Mr. Taylor, you agree with that? Do you agree with what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I'm asking you if
is that a question?
If I'm on the right track in my analysis, I guess.
Can I say one thing? Can I ask the witness while we're having a discussion about it?
Well, I anticipate that there's going to have to be an offer of proof in the matter. So,
actually,
he wants the witness to step out.
I don't have many more questions in that area to ask Mr. Bona, but I can explain to you why.
Are you going to ask him about the details of the conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, this is 6 months before.
I mean, he said that, but there's no proof at this moment about that or the content of the conversation.
And the prosecutor is trying to talk about stories from the past of Mr. Bona and Mr. Swift. I mean, this trial will be like 5 weeks long. I mean, the relevance is what happened on these events.
I can explain the relevance, Your Honor, but I don't know if you want me to do that.
I understand the objection. What I need to understand now is what's the testimony that you want the jury to hear?
Yes, sir. Okay, let me go ahead and ask Mr. Bona. Okay. Mr. Bona, did you have a conversation with Mr. Swift at a Christmas party?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me some of the things that he told you in that conversation.
What I can remember about it is that I was just uncomfortable. It was a lot. Like I said, I remember something about going to college or after high school and being a musical person and people not giving him a chance and not believing in him, and he proved them all wrong. And that was kind of the scope of a couple other little stories. I really wasn't a conversation. It was me listening, and I just remember when we left and when we got home to just, discuss with my wife, I said I was really uncomfortable. And
did he talk to you about his childhood?
I don't remember anything about his young child or anything. I mean, I think most of the things I remember was about high school and college he was telling me about, but that's,
Okay. Your Honor, then I don't have to ask those questions. I can move on from that.
Well, here's the thing.
There are going to be issues at a later time that are going to talk about things in the past.
The objection is going to be sustained at this moment. Court finds that the testimony is not relevant to the issues at trial at this time. Obviously, that may change as we go forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ready to bring jury back in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I guess that all right means bring the jury. It sounds like he's describing a conversation where it was more a complain session, where he just felt like this guy was just telling him all the things that were hard in his life, that things didn't go his way.
All right.
Yes, we've gone from the Boston area down to Tennessee, and the accent has changed dramatically. Oh, I'm sure we're going to get to TMI on this witness.
All right, let's be seated. All right, General, you can go ahead.
Mr. Bona, did Karen Swift come to your house very often?
Here it goes.
She came over on the weekends and maybe during the week once or so, from what I remember, you know.
Okay. When she did come by the house, what type things would y'all typically do?
Well, I would say most of the time I wasn't there. I mean, I know her and my wife, you know, dished up the kids, and they went to parks and they went to Reelfoot Lake. But I mean, if I was there, then they were just having conversation, you know, as far as anything I remember, you know, it's just getting together and having conversation like women do. And sometimes I would sit with them, sometimes I'd have other things to do, but.
Okay. Were there other people there typically, or was it usually just?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it may be another girlfriend or two, you know.
Okay. Just typical conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Miss Swift ever come over to the house late at night after she had put the kids in bed and then come over late?
I don't remember anything like that. I mean, I'm in bed pretty early myself most of the time, but I don't remember anything like that.
Okay. Do you know what time typically Miss Swift would leave when she did come over to visit? And let's say throughout the week, on a weekday.
I would say before midnight, you know, 11, 12 o'clock. I mean, that's really kind of a late hour for us, but I would say I don't ever remember it being any later than that.
Okay. Did you ever host parties that David Swift and Karen Swift attended?
We had one get together for Kathy's 40th birthday party that they were invited to. Yes.
Okay. And how many people were at that party? Just an estimate.
At the farms, there was probably 20 or 30 couples, maybe 15, 20 couples that we had some dinner and music at the farms.
Okay, so it wasn't actually at your home. The party.
No, not to start with. Maybe 5 or 8 couples came back to the house afterwards, you know.
Okay.
But not, you know, it was at the farms to begin with.
Okay. What'd you do when you came back to the house?
Just had conversation and hung out, you know.
Okay. Do you have a hot tub?
We did there, yes.
Okay. Did people get inside the hot tub?
Yeah, some people did, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who got inside the hot tub? Do you remember if Mr. Swift got inside the hot tub?
No, I don't. I don't remember.
Okay.
Who exactly?
Who exactly?
Now, I know my wife got in at some point, and I was sitting with her, but no, I don't.
Do you know if Miss Swift was in the hot tub?
I would say she was, yes. I mean, I don't remember specifically seeing her, but she enjoyed getting in the hot tub when she came over, you know, in the wintertime when it was cold, so I'm sure she was.
Okay. Do you remember how people were dressed?
Oh, it was, I mean, the people in the hot tub were dressed to be in the hot tub, you know, and then people outside, it was cool. It was still early in the spring, so.
Okay. Did anyone have no clothes on in the hot tub?
I would say probably, yes. Maybe it did, but I mean, of course, you know, you can't see through the water in the hot tub or anything else, so it didn't it was anything that I would, you know, to see when you're sitting in there submerged, but.
Okay.
But you have to get out.
Did anything happen later that night?
Well, when the party was all getting done, you know, when everybody was generally starting to leave and say the goodbyes, I went through the front room, you know, just letting everybody leave and everything in our house, and Miss Swift was there. She was laying on the couch, and she didn't have anything on. She was about asleep. So I kind of said, hey, you know, it's time to go. And at that point in time, one of her friends was coming in from behind me, and I said, well, let me get you a towel, or get her a towel. She doesn't, I didn't see her clothes there close, and said, let me go tell David to come get her. It's everybody's leaving. He needs to come get her and move on.
And who was the friend that came in? Do you remember?
It was Rob and Alfred, I think. Yeah.
Did she make any statements to you about what are you doing or anything like that?
No, not to me at the time. No.
Okay. Was your wife near?
She came in afterwards. I think when I walked back through, she was in the room right next door and right there too. And I said, hey, they're getting, I'm gonna get David, get Karen, get her to the house and go, and everything's shutting down. But
did you go get Mr. Swift?
Yes, I think I went and got him. But he was close. Like I said, it wasn't a really big house, so the whole thing's pretty much open to itself.
Okay. So did he come in and take care of Karen?
Yeah, as far as I know, I wasn't in there, when that happened that I can remember. But everyone else was leaving. And
okay. Did Mr. Swift's attitude change after that evening?
Well, I don't necessarily know it was changed because I really didn't have any conversation with him. I made it a point not to have any conversation with him because I was uncomfortable. And to be honest with you, we invited them to the party because Kathy and Karen were good friends, and that's why they were invited, being cordial. But I really didn't have any interaction with him.
It's the neighborly thing to do. Excuse me. Your wife's naked, asleep on my couch. It's time to go home.
Were there other parties at your house after that?
No. We had a couple to come over, go out to dinner, but as far as a party that was something that people were invited to, no.
Was there another time that individuals were at the house and got into the hot tub that Miss Swift was there?
I'm sure, yes. What you're referring to is the time, that they were in the Lee, Bryan and Shannon Lee going out to dinner with us, and
yes.
They were there. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Was Mr. Swift present that night?
He wasn't at first, and he wasn't invited, and he wasn't welcome. But
okay, why was he not welcome?
My wife and I were uncomfortable with him.
Okay.
It's the best I can tell you. We were not interested in a friendship, with him.
All right, I understand. Tell me what happened that night.
We were having conversation and, just regular night, and it wasn't really late. If I can remember right, we went out and had dinner and came back, and Kathy had gone to bed and retired and gone upstairs to bed, and the night was getting longer. So I came in the living room there right off the deck, and was about asleep in a chair, and Mr. Swift burst into the door, there and startled me and asked where Karen was.
Did he knock on the door and ask to come in?
No, he didn't.
How did he come in?
He just opened the door and came in, and in a loud voice asked me where Karen was. It kind of startled me, but I said, "Well, she's upstairs talking to Kathy."
What was his demeanor at that time?
He was agitated, I would say, but I would also say it really caught me off guard.
Okay, and what did he do?
He went upstairs and talked to them, I imagine, and then by the time I kind of shook my head and wiped my eyes, I thought, I don't like this, and I went to get out of the chair to go, ask him to leave, basically, and he came down the stairs and left.
Did he make any statements to you when he came down?
He did not to me.
How did he appear when he came down, as far as his attitude and demeanor?
He came down the stairs and left abruptly and left through the door, quickly enough where I couldn't even really get a word in edgewise, because I should have pressed that issue there. He wasn't welcome to our house. He basically was there trespassing, and I should have pressed that issue, but I didn't.
Do you know of any times after that that Mr. Swift followed Miss Swift or checked her phones?
I don't personally know. I know she told me that, but you know, seeing it happen, the only thing I know for sure is that she had told us after the phone, the older line that I'd given her to be able to speak with her attorney, when she told me that he has this number. And when she told me that, I pulled the records off the computer of the calls to that number, and there was 2 or 3 calls from you know, what she said it was his phone number. Yes, that's it, to that phone.
Okay. So Mr. Swift had actually called the phone that you had loaned Ms. Swift. Okay, and I'm going to get into that a little more in a few minutes. Did you know that Ms. Swift had either filed for divorce or wanted to file for a divorce?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if she had the money available to file for divorce?
She told us that she didn't.
Okay. And did you loan her any money?
After conversation with my wife and, you know, her asking, yes, we did.
I'm going to hand you a document.
Apparently these parties were quite exclusive. You had to be liked to be invited, and all that happened there was just regular conversation. It was like book club, neighborhood book club.
Yes.
In a hot tub.
What is that?
It's basically a rudimentary promissory note that she was going to pay back, you know, the money we had loaned her, and she was putting up a four-wheeler she had and said that was hers, that, you know, to kind of secure it, because she wanted to pay us back more money, and I didn't want that and ask her to do that. So that's kind of what predicated us doing this.
Okay. And how much money did you loan Miss Swift?
$2,000.
Okay. And what was the date of that loan?
10/3.
Okay. And do you know what the purpose of the loan was?
For her to give her attorney to file for divorce.
Okay. Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony, please?
Be admitted as number 14. Did you want it published to the jury or not?
No, sir, Your Honor. What we've shown is fine.
Right. You've been showing it?
I just showed it.
I missed it. I'm sorry.
I took it down, Your Honor.
I didn't see it. Had my head down.
Okay. Shortly after giving that loan, let me back up first. Did Ms. Swift repay any of that loan to you?
Yes, I think she had repaid $650 of it to us.
Okay, so that, I take it that was in a fairly short period of time.
Oh yeah, you know, in a week or two.
Okay. After loaning that money to Miss Swift, did she go on a vacation with you? When I say you, I mean you and your family.
Yes, she did. We'd had a vacation plan to Gulf Shores for many months, and a condominium, you know, but in a week or two before we went, another couple that was going to go with us with their children had to back out. So that happened like a week before we left, and so we had a 3-bedroom condominium with tons of space, and they went with us, her and her daughters.
Okay. Do you know why she wanted to go on that vacation?
She told us that she didn't want to be around when David was served the papers for divorce.
Okay.
And
did she tell Mr. Swift that she was taking the girls and going on this vacation?
As far as I know, no. You know, that was I think that was the point, that she didn't want him to know, you know, where she was or where she was going when he got served the papers.
Okay. And did she and the children stay with you and your family, or did they stay in that extra condo?
Well, they stayed. It was one big condo with three separate living areas. So they stayed in one of the separate living areas in the condo. Her and her daughters.
Okay.
Was there a common hot tub?
Now, you started talking about a phone earlier, so I want to go back to that. Did you ever loan a phone to Miss Swift?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember what type phone it was?
It was a Voyager, I think is what they're called. It was like a little flip-up phone that had a keyboard underneath it, you know, an older rudimentary phone.
Okay. Was it your phone, or why did you have an extra phone?
The history of the number was a year or two prior, I had, it was one of my employees' phones that I'd bought for my employees. He left my employment, and our oldest son had turned 11 or 12, and we finally decided to let him have a phone. So it was his number for about 6 months a year, and then we got him a new phone and a new number. So that line was active. You know, I was paying for it because it was under contract, but it was just sitting there. So.
Okay. So you didn't go specifically buy a phone just to give to Miss Swift?
No, we had it, and the line was active and, you know, paid for. I mean, she was discussing with us that she didn't know how she was going to talk to her attorney, and I said, well, I got a line, you know, that I know I'm paying for that nobody has, and do anything with it. I don't mind if you use it.
Okay. All right. And do you know if Mr. Swift knew that she had that second phone?
She told me that he knew at some point in time, a week or so, you know, a short time after she had it. And when she told me that, you know, I pulled up my records, you know, my phone records, and I can see the calls that were going there. And, you know, I said, was this the number? And she said, yes, that's the number, you know, so.
Okay, so you were actually able to verify that Mr. Swift's phone number had called that second phone that you loaned Miss Swift?
Yes.
Okay, and was that prior to the Halloween party on October 29th?
Yes.
Okay, on October 29th of 2011, did you and your wife attend a Halloween party at the farms?
Yes.
Okay, and did Miss Swift attend that party also?
Yes.
Did Mr. Swift attend the party?
No, not that I know of, not with us.
Okay. Did Miss Swift meet you there? Or did she come to your house and go? How did that happen?
She came. She was at our house, and her and my wife got ready, and then when I got home, we went together.
Okay.
She went with us from our house over to the farm.
Okay. All right. Do you remember about what time you arrived at that party?
We weren't the first ones in the door. I mean, but it was probably 7 or 8. It wasn't late. It was early on.
Okay. All right. And while you were at the party, were you around Miss Swift most of the night?
Some of the night. I mean, there was a lot of people there at the party, and we were just generally mingling, you know. But, you know, we weren't, I'd say maybe 15, 20% of the time, maybe we were in close proximity, you know.
Okay. Did you see Miss Swift dancing with anyone that night?
Didn't see her dancing with anyone specifically. I mean, she danced with my wife, and, you know, in a big group setting dance. So that's kind of what everybody was doing, but no.
Not one individual person?
No.
Okay. Did you see her have an argument with anyone that night?
No.
Did she seem like anything was out of ordinary that night?
Not at the party or anything, no.
Okay. Do you remember what time you left the party?
It was somewhere midnight, maybe a little bit later. You know, it wasn't late. I mean, we typically don't ever stay out any later than that. So that's, you know, okay. It was probably around 12:30, if I had to guess.
Okay. Do you remember what you did after leaving the party?
Yeah, we went to McDonald's through the drive-thru and got some French fries, and then we returned to our home.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Swift had plans for the following morning? She had something planned that she was going to do?
She had told us that she had to finish cleaning a house in Mason Hall for a Habitat for Humanity she'd been working on.
Okay. And after getting back to your house, did you sit around for a while? Did she leave immediately? What happened?
we just got back to the house and, basically starting to shut it down for the night. And her and Kathy were in the living room, just had conversation. And then, she came, got up and said, "Hey, I'm going to leave."
I don't think it means what he thinks it does.
My daughter was at a sleepover and something had happened there and she was going to get her and to go home.
Okay. And do you recall about what time that was?
It had to be around 1 o'clock or so, if I had to guess. I mean, just the timing of it had to be probably around 1.
Okay. And after Miss Swift left your house that night, well, let me ask you this first before I get into that. Did you see Miss Swift drink any alcohol that night?
I'm sure I saw her with a beer in her hand at some point in time. Yes.
Okay. Were you concerned about her driving? Did you ask her anything about that?
When she was going to leave, I asked her multiple times, are you sure you're okay to drive? And she assured me she was, and it did not seem to me that she was impaired, bad with her wits about her, and, her daughter had called, and she was going to get her. It wasn't going to really matter, but, I asked.
But the reason you asked the question was because you knew she had
yes.
Okay. Did you hear from Miss Swift again after she left your house at 1 that morning?
No.
Okay. The next morning, October 30th of 2011, do you remember what you did that morning?
We got up and went to church.
Okay.
And then went to eat at not a China Star, the other restaurant, Chinese restaurant there in Dyersburg.
Okay.
Buffet.
Did you or Miss Bona attempt to contact Miss Swift?
She did. I think she sent her some text and said she hadn't heard from her.
Okay. Never was able to get in contact with her?
No.
Okay. What happened after that? Were you concerned, or was
I think our conversation was at lunch that she hadn't heard from her, but we thought that she was probably over Mason Hall cleaning this house.
Okay.
I remember we had that conversation, and I said she's probably over Mason Hall cleaning that house, because that's what her plans were, at least for what she told us.
Okay. Was there a time that you became concerned?
Yes, we came home from eating lunch, and then when I was basically walking out the door to go to a high school football practice, and my wife was sitting at the top of the stairs in our office area and said, "Hey," her phone, I guess her phone rang, said, "Hey, this is David calling me." And I said, "Well, answer it." And she called and talked to him, and I stood there and waited and listened. And
was the phone on? Do you recall if she had it on the speakerphone or if?
Yeah, I mean, it was. I could hear the conversation, for the most part, and.
Okay. And what did you hear?
That I heard that her car, he hadn't seen her all morning, and then her car was out on the side of the road down with a flat tire, and abandoned basically, and she wasn't there. And had we seen her? That's what he asked, and Quick had said, "No, I've been texting her and I haven't seen her."
Okay. What'd you do at that point?
Well, with the car being there and the whole situation the way it was and the way we felt about things, I stood there right there while they were on the phone, and I called the sheriff's department and asked, did they have any kind of record or problem going on with that car out there with that flat tire.
Okay. What was your purpose of calling the sheriff's department?
I mean, we were concerned about where she was.
Okay. Were you concerned that she may have been arrested?
I've had employees over the years in the past that have gotten in trouble, and I've had to call the sheriff's department just to try to track them down to see if something had happened with them. So, I knew I knew that I could call, and if that was a possibility, that at least we would know where she was. But I mean, I was genuinely concerned about the whole situation.
So what was the primary purpose of the phone call?
To locate her.
Okay. After calling the sheriff's department, do you know if Mr. Swift had called the sheriff's department prior to you doing that?
I don't know that.
Okay. What'd you do after making that phone call?
Kathy and I drove out to to where the car was.
Okay. Did you drive together or separate?
No, we drove separate. Because even on the way out there, we thought, well, maybe she's over at Mason Hall, and I'll go over there and check that. So we drove separate out there.
Okay. When you arrived at the car, was anyone else there?
No.
Just you and your wife?
Yeah, when we arrived there, and shortly after we got there, Mr. Rollins pulled up where Ashley was spending the night before, and he pulled up too.
Who was that?
Mr. Rollins.
Okay. So he was the next person to arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift arrive while you were there?
No.
Okay. And how far was the car from Miss Swift's house?
Around the corner. I mean, couldn't have been much more than a half, quarter mile maybe.
Okay. Was it close enough that she could have walked home?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the car?
Well, we looked at the flat tire at that point, and then Mr. Rollins was there with me, and immediately saw it was sheet metal screw, sticking out of the tire 2 or 3 inches.
Okay. Did anyone else arrive while you were there?
No.
Okay. So what did you do next?
At that point, I told Kathy and Mr. Rollins, I said, well, I'm going to go to Mason Hall, and hopefully she is just there cleaning this house and doing what she's, what she planned to do. So I left and drove to Mason Hall.
Okay. And did you make it to that house?
Yes, made to the house. I talked to the neighbors behind it that they're out in the yard and asked them if they'd seen her that day. And they, said no, she'd been there the last couple of days, but we haven't seen her today.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Swift had a voicemail on her cell phone?
I don't know that.
Okay. After Miss Swift was missing, did you do anything to try to help locate Miss Swift?
Yeah, well, Kathy and I, kind of just haywire, kind of drove here and there, and she had done some landscaping, and got some rocks out by the Mississippi River for us, and then at some point in time we had heard that her cell phone pinged out there close to the Mississippi River, so, we drove down to that area, just kind of not with any real plan, just kind of wanting to try to do something to help locate her.
Okay. And do you know if Mr. Swift made any attempts to locate his wife?
I didn't have any contact with him, so I don't know. After that phone call with my wife, I didn't have any contact with him or anything.
And Mr. Bona, you've told us about your relationship with Miss Swift. Did you have a romantic relationship with Miss Swift?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
As far as credibility for this witness, you think it's going to be challenged here? He just conversated with her. Here goes. Buckle up. Is he still married? Did he say?
Good morning, Mr. Bona.
Good morning.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yes, sir.
All right.
As long as you say, did you or do you?
You were interviewed by law enforcement at some point in the days after Karen Swift was missing.
Yes.
You talked with them and answered questions.
I did.
That was when it was fresh, I guess, on your mind.
Yes.
All right. This has been several years later here today.
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind?
Yes.
A little hard hearing, sir. You gave Karen Swift a second phone so she didn't have to communicate with her husband.
I gave her the phone to be able to communicate with her attorney.
And you knew she was married at the time?
Yes.
Right. You had the ability to look at the records on Karen Swift's phone, the one you gave her.
Yes.
So you kept up, if you wanted to, with who she's calling and who's contacting her.
No.
You had access to the records.
I had access to all the records. I had probably 11 phones at that time.
Okay.
On me, so I had access, but
you had access to the records, so you could see, if you wanted to, who she was calling or who was calling her on the phone you gave her.
yes.
All right. You knew that she had phone calls with Jamie Guerin?
I did not know that.
Okay. Thomas Haynes?
I did not know that.
You know who Thomas Haynes is?
I do not.
All right.
Imagine he's got like a trench coat he opens up. It's just got a row of phones in there.
On Kathy's 40th birthday,
Bonaphones.
y'all had a party.
Yes.
Involved a hot tub.
The party was at the farms. After the party at the house.
Right.
The after
Yes.
party.
Y'all invited people back to your house.
Yes.
All right. Several people came.
Yes.
Okay. The people that were in the hot tub, everyone's in the hot tub half with clothes and half without clothes. Do you recall saying that to law enforcement when they asked you?
That's what I remember, yes.
All right. And is that the occasion where a lot of people are drinking at this hot tub thing?
There wasn't much drinking going on at this point. I mean, we didn't have drinks at our house to supply, so if they were, it was something they brought from the party themselves. But
It was a BYOB
it was kind
type
of an
party.
impromptu thing. You know, it wasn't planned. You know, so
Now, that was the occasion, the hot tub party after the 40th birthday party, when you say that Karen got up out of the hot tub and went and laid down in the nude.
I said I saw her in the living room. I don't know what transpired before then. I didn't see her get out or see her leave the hot tub. I just found her there.
And then you went up to where she was.
I was walking through the living room, and yes, you know, opening the door, people were starting to leave, and she was there.
You and Karen were in the same room by yourselves.
Yes.
All right. Miss Alford walks in while you're in there with Kathy. Excuse me, Karen.
I turned around to go get a towel or find her, and she was there. You know,
Miss Alford?
Yes, and that's. So, like I said, the room is open. It's open to the next room. It's all open.
All right. And did you state when you talked to law enforcement that Karen was passed out drunk?
I don't remember the conversation. I'm sure it's there, but I mean, she was asleep. So, you know, from what I could see, so that would have been a deduction. Yes.
All right. And did you state to law enforcement when you were interviewed on October 31st that I threw a big towel on her, and so you can take it or leave it, whatever you want to do?
I don't remember saying that exactly, but I mean, I don't recall.
Okay. You did throw a big towel on her?
From what I remember, I thought that I asked Robin to get a towel and left the room, but maybe she had one with her. I do not recall exactly, but that was the purpose, to get her covered up.
You did answer a lot of questions back then for the law enforcement officers.
that was uncomfortable, and that was a situation, that we felt like we were treated kind of unfairly in. But yes.
By law enforcement?
Yes.
Because when they brought you in, they read you your rights?
No. They asked us to come in. I mean, we had been to the police station multiple times voluntarily, trying to find her, trying to explain to them that something is not right here.
Right, but when you went in on October the 31st, didn't they advise you before you started this interview of your Miranda rights?
No. That's
not true?
No, I didn't. They were there. We were there to talk. I don't remember that.
Okay. If I could I pass this to you and ask you to look at this?
Sure.
Let's see if he also does not have his memory refreshed by reading the transcript of his interview, as two previous witnesses have said hasn't helped at all.
Does that have a date on it, sir, of October 31st, 2011?
It does.
All right. Can I ask you to look at, I guess, page 3?
Where'd she come from? I glanced away, and a lady just showed up in
and just read it to
the defense
yourself.
chair. She's the other
To refresh
defense.
your memory, just that top part, and then when you're done, just to look up, sir.
He's reading, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or could. Not just kidding. You have the right to an attorney. Highlighter from the floor is missing. I'll keep an eye out and see if he drops more pens, because he dropped 2 yesterday.
All right. Does that refresh your memory?
I'm sure I said this, but I don't remember specifically saying it, but I mean, it's here, so.
Were you, after looking at that, can I ask you, does that refresh your memory? Weren't you advised of your Miranda rights?
I don't remember that, but if it's here, I may have. Well, the purpose for us going in is they asked for our DNA, so I mean, and we had no problem providing that. So then it led into this. So I mean, I guess I did.
Okay. I asked you about a guy from Union City named Mr. Tom Hardy. Do you recall me asking that just a moment ago?
I remember you asking the name. Now,
You remember a guy from Union City?
I remember a guy from Union City. Yes, I didn't remember his name.
And do you remember him calling or having contact with Karen?
Looking at this, remember what the context of this is that we had brought in those phone records, and I'm sure we went through them. Saying even with Karen herself, whose number is this, and this is David's number.
And that may have been one of the numbers that you answered?
If I've got it here, then like I said, the records will show that's it. I guess, I don't remember the name specifically.
All right, on page 24, would you go to there? On paragraph 18, you see the numbers down the side. Just look at that and see if that refreshes your memory.
Okay.
Did you tell them a guy named Tom from Union City?
I'm sure I told him that, but I didn't. If I knew that, I knew that through Kathy telling me.
All right.
Or maybe Karen telling me.
Well, let me ask this: didn't you and your wife take Karen to a concert in Caruthersville, a Kansas concert?
Yes, we all went together.
And isn't that where Karen met Tom in your presence?
She didn't meet him in my presence. We were there together, but there was a lot of time at the concert before that we weren't together. I don't ever remember meeting this person or seeing him.
Well, let me ask you this. On page 24, the same page, paragraph 14, would you look at that, just refresh your memory, and then let me ask you about it?
Okay.
Back then, didn't you tell the officers in your interview that you and your wife took Karen to a Kansas concert in Caruthersville?
That's what it says, yes.
Right. And this is you answering questions to law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. And then it was in the row right in front of us in the bar that night, a guy named Tom from Union City and Karen met or together. Did you say that?
I'm sure I said it if it's here. I don't remember saying it, but it's not surprising I won't remember. I was, terribly flustered in this situation, answering all these questions. So I'm sure it's here. I'm sure I said it.
All these memories are just like dust in the wind to him.
Didn't you also tell law enforcement that Karen and this guy named Tom flirted around a little bit and then got to know each other there on the top of page 25?
I'm sure that's what I said, but like I said, I do not ever. We never sat with the person or conversated. I don't ever remember seeing him. So
I'm showing you the transcript from the interview.
Well, I'm sure it's true if it's on this transcript. Yeah, I don't remember it, but I'm sure it's.
Let me just.
The witness is like, hold on. Hold on.
Regarding finding Karen laying naked and then you going up to her, didn't you say she was just laying there, and about nothing on her? I threw a big towel on her so you can take it or leave it, whatever you want to do, in response to law enforcement officers.
I'm sure I said that because, like I said, I felt at that point that I was being accused of something, so I was pretty agitated during this interview.
And didn't you also tell law enforcement that, I don't know if David fabricated it or Robin said it about what happened?
If that's here on
page 23.
Yeah, if that's here, I'm sure that's what I said. I don't remember me specifically saying that, but
page 23, if you want to refresh your memory.
Yeah, if it's here, I'm sure I said it. I mean, if this is accurate, so.
All right. Did you also tell law enforcement during that interview that you were aware that Karen had a friend from Little Rock who was married and had kids?
What page is that on?
Page 24.
What page is that on? He's not saying, I don't remember that. He's saying, what page is that? Lots of conversation.
I'm sure I said that.
All right. Let me just move through. All right.
This is conversating. It's different.
Regarding Tom, did you tell law enforcement in that interview that you heard about conversations with Tom and Karen up to the Halloween party that Saturday night? Afterwards she went missing?
What page is that on?
Page 25.
The defendant wants to be like right in the middle of this conversation. He is totally engrossed in what's going on here.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure it's there at the bottom, yeah.
Does that refresh your memory?
I'm sorry, not really. I don't remember exactly, but it's here, so I'm sure it's accurate.
But did you tell law enforcement that during the interview?
Like I said, I'm sure I did. I don't remember specifically if I wasn't looking at this, but it's here and this is accurate, so I'm sure I did.
All right. Let me just back up a little bit. After your wife's 40th birthday party and you put a towel over Karen and Robin came in while you were in the room alone with Karen, did Robin Alford come back again to your house after that date?
No.
Okay. And were you aware that caused problems with the Swifts?
Yes. I mean, because evidently she stated that.
And Robin Alford also? cause problems with you and your wife and Robin Alford?
No, well, I mean, I knew Robin. I wasn't really, friends with her any closer than anybody else. But yeah, once that was said and my wife found out that was said, then yes, that caused problems because that was something that was untrue.
And Miss Alford didn't come over again?
Not that I know of, no.
All right. And after that, sometime, you said that there was another occasion where Karen was at the house and other people, the Lees, were at the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is sometime after the 40th birthday party?
Yeah, it would have been pretty soon after, yeah.
And people were in the hot tub again?
Yes, the people that were there.
All right. People were in various stages of being dressed or undressed?
Yes, I wouldn't imagine. I'm trying to remember exactly.
Some people were just naked?
I don't remember particularly anybody being that way, but I'm trying to remember, and it wouldn't, it wouldn't surprise me if there was, but I don't.
That's one of those facts that just doesn't stick in his memory.
You're saying David Swift walked in to your house and went to looking for his wife?
Yes, he came in the back door off the patio, yes.
All right. He walked in?
Yes.
There wasn't a fight or a struggle?
No, there wasn't a knock, there wasn't anything. He opened my door at my house and walked in.
Did you hear him ask for Karen?
He asked did I know where she was, yes.
All right. Was this late at night?
Yes. Well, I mean, late for us. It was probably 10 or 11 if I had to guess.
All right. And he went upstairs?
I told him that she was upstairs talking to Kathy, yes.
Yeah.
You answered
his question. And
yes.
He went upstairs to find his wife.
Yes.
And as he went up the stairs, your wife Kathy was with Karen in the bed.
I wasn't there, but yes, she had gone to bed sometime before my wife had.
And that Karen was in the bed with your wife, not having all of her clothes on.
I wasn't up there. I didn't ever see that. So I don't know.
And you saw David Swift come back down?
Yes, I heard them have an argument and then, quickly, and then come back down the stairs and leave.
You heard him say, "Are you going to come home?"
I heard him yelling at her. I don't particularly, what are you doing and that type of thing. And
then he walked back down.
Yeah, he came back down the stairs and left.
He just walked out and left.
Yes.
You told the police that when they interviewed you that day that David had never threatened you.
No.
And that y'all had never had a fight.
We never did, no.
And you had never observed David Swift having a fight with anybody in your house?
No, the 2 times he was ever present there, no.
When Karen's iPhone the phone that she normally used? Did it ever go out of service because she didn't pay her bill?
I have no idea.
Did you previously give her that phone to use before?
Not before this one time, no.
And this was some months before she went missing?
I'm sure the bill would show it was after the contact with the attorney. So I would guess that it was sometime around the 1st of October. That's
And you and your wife helped Karen Swift to arrange to divorce her husband.
We loaned her that money.
And you furnished her a mechanism to leave town with her daughters that week, didn't you?
She went on vacation with us with her children.
And she brought the 2 children.
Yes.
And you were aware that David Swift didn't know where she went when she went with you or where his daughters went that day.
Yes.
Were you aware that Karen Swift was going to spend the night with you after the Halloween party?
Through my wife, I think she told me that was the plan, that, she was going to stay there and pick up Ashley in the morning.
And that plan changed when her daughter called her.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, David Swift didn't know about that because Karen Swift didn't tell you she was calling and going home before her daughter called.
No.
When the officers, they ask you a lot of questions and you said it made you feel uncomfortable.
Yes.
The officers asked you if you and your wife were swingers and had orgies at your house, didn't they?
Yes.
And you answered them, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, didn't you answer them? Not that offends me. Didn't you tell the officers that? Like I said, it's not something that we ain't talked about as a couple before. So I'm not shy about discussing it, that kind of stuff. Isn't that how you responded to the officers?
If that's how it was there, I remember at that point in the conversation, I didn't understand where the question was going, and I was agitated. I was trying to get out of that, wanted to get out of that room at that point because I didn't understand what the line of questioning was.
Can I ask you to look at page 56 and refresh your memory?
Yes.
Didn't you respond that way to the officers when they asked you that question?
If this is accurate, I'm sure I did.
All right. Now, let me ask you, Karen Swift left your house. You and Kathy were at your house when her daughter called.
Yes.
You were aware that she was taking her daughter and going home, and it was a change of plans.
Yes.
Because Karen planned on spending the night with y'all.
Yes.
And Karen went to the party, and I guess y'all did too, in costumes or outfits.
Yes.
It was a Halloween party.
Yes.
And Karen had an outfit that she wore.
I don't remember it being an outfit. If I remember right, it was a black dress or a black skirt, and she had just a party mask, like a Mardi Gras mask. That was it.
And boots?
I'm not really sure what kind of shoes she had on.
Okay. Well, then that's fair. And then she left.
Yes.
And it was after midnight.
Yes.
And the next morning, you and you're present when David Swift calls your wife to ask if you both know where Karen is.
In the afternoon, yes, not in the morning.
Okay. And you're not exactly sure what time it is?
It was right there before 2 o'clock. I was leaving the house at 2 to go to where I needed to go, and it was a little bit before 2 is what I remember.
But y'all didn't call him first. He called you.
That's correct.
Out of concern looking for his wife.
He called us. That's correct.
And then based on that, and he also is the one that told you where he heard her car was located or knew where her car was located. He
Yes.
gave you that information.
Yes.
And then based on that is why you went to the car, you and your wife.
Yes.
And you live how far from the Swift home?
10 miles maybe.
Okay. And I guess before you got there, you don't know who had been at the car or who had not been at the car, right?
No.
Okay. And you pull up and you get out and the officer arrives.
No, the officer did not arrive while I was there.
Okay. And you don't know if they had been there before or before y'all arrived first?
No, I don't know who was there before we arrived, no.
And y'all stood around the car and talked to the officers?
Yeah, I wasn't there when the officers came.
Were you there when the officers came?
No, I'd left.
He just said
You and your
that.
wife had left?
No, I'd left.
Okay. Your wife stayed and you left?
Yes.
And did you go to, is it Trimble or Mason Hall? Looking for her?
It's one of those places. It may be in between. It's a little community right there. Trimble, Mason Hall right there in that area.
Okay. And then you were gone for a period of time and then you come back to where the car is?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously you don't know who had come and gone during when you had left?
No.
Or before you and your wife got to the car originally?
No.
And you're saying at some point you looked at the tire and saw a nail sticking out?
A screw.
Several inches?
Yes.
And you talked to the officers and then you saw David Swift also?
No.
Did you see him?
I did not. I was not present when David was there with the officer and my wife. No.
Okay. And when you come back to the car, law enforcement became more active.
Yeah, when I got back to the car, the sheriff's deputy was coming back out, from their residence, from what he told us.
Okay. And you don't know who the officer was?
It was the sheriff's deputy. I don't know him by name, no.
And you were aware he came from the Swift home?
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay. And did y'all stay there for a period of time and then eventually go home?
We left pretty well after that. He came back and he had come from there and we left.
The next day is when law enforcement spoke to you and your wife.
That wasn't the next day when if I remember correctly now, this happened a period of a week or two later when they called and asked us if we provide our DNA. And we said, sure, that's when this happened.
Now, she went missing October the 30th of 2011?
Yes.
That Sunday?
Yes, that's when the Sunday is when we went out and looked at her car, yes.
And can I ask you to look at the transcript about your interview?
What page you got?
Top, the cover.
Okay.
Is it dated that Monday, October the 31st?
It is. I don't remember it that way, but I thought we gave this interview when we came in and gave our DNA.
But you may have come back in and been re-interviewed and given DNA on that date.
I really remember that's when this long interview process came. We came in on the 31st and we talked in one of the rooms to one of the sheriffs, just cordially, the two of us. But I don't necessarily agree with this date in this instance because that interview did not happen that day. That interview happened the day that we gave DNA. I'm pretty sure.
Sir, is it possible with the passage of time you just may have gotten the date mixed up?
No, because I remember this interview. It was really uncomfortable for my wife and I both. I remember it extensively. And
was it uncomfortable for you because you thought you were being accused of things?
Yeah, we don't operate in this world. We've never been a part of anything like this, and it was very uncomfortable and unsettling. Yes.
don't operate in this world.
Redirect?
Meaning murder.
Mr. Bona, did you make Karen Swift get a divorce?
No.
Did you try to talk her into it?
No. When I first met her through my wife was actually trying to talk her out of it, and we got married to be married and stay married, so that's what we believe, and that's kind of that first interaction that we went there with them, that was kind of even purposeful, and she was trying, I know specifically, to tell her, hey, you can try to work this out. You've got kids, you can marry, and then over time we understood exactly how she felt, I guess, but it was actually the other way around to start, early on.
Okay. Did you make Karen Swift go on vacation with you?
No.
Was she an adult?
Yes.
Could she make her own decisions?
Yes.
You testified that Miss Swift was going to, the plan was, after the Halloween party, Miss Swift was going to spend the night at your house on the couch. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Swift knew that?
I do not.
Okay. So is it possible he did not even know that?
It's possible. I mean.
Okay. And you stated in the cross that you lived 10 miles from where the car was, just approximately.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Swift lived a quarter of a mile to a half mile from where the car was?
Yes.
Okay. But you still beat him to the car?
We got there and nobody was there, so I don't.
Okay.
I guess. I don't know who came before we got there.
So regardless of the fact Mr. Swift lives close, you got there before he did?
Your Honor, I object to the witness. He's trying to lead the witness into it, and the witness has already responded.
Objection sustained.
Objection leading.
Okay. You said, last thing that you said was that you were upset because you were being accused of things and you're not used to being in that situation. Is that right?
That's how we felt looking back on it and thinking, I don't think that was the intent, but
okay.
It was.
Did you feel like you were being accused of kidnapping?
No.
Did you feel like you were being accused of murder?
No.
Was it more so just inappropriate behavior that you felt that they were accusing you of?
Yes, I mean, that seemed like the gist of what was going on. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down, sir. Is this witness excused?
Yes.
Free to go, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick morning break. We've got it's going to be just a little bit longer because we've got a piece of business that we need to take care of while you're out there. So get a cup of coffee and use the restroom and relax, and we'll get you back in as quickly as we can.
We're
Okay?
making pizzas.
All right.
We've got a pizza business. Thank you, Ashley, for the heads up on this. I left the C off on Chad. There have been many variations of his name suggested during this trial, but I'm going with Chad. I did fix it over there. Hopefully that's fixed. What is a once upon a time counter? We're counting how many times people make reference to how long it's been since the occurrence of the crime or since this event happened.
Let's take about 5 or 10 minutes, and then
And
we'll
why
come back
affected their memory.
without the jury, and we'll deal with it.
We need Ms. Bona in here, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll need her here for that.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, we'll be in recess.
We need Miss Bona in here. They're bringing in the wife. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here's what I'll say about what just happened. The why is that jerky? Oh, look at that. Anyway, I think we got a proffer with the wife coming up. The husband. So this is Kathy. The husband sort of blamed. I wouldn't say blamed, but sort of put a lot of the events, the responsibility for events on his wife's shoulders. She was the one that met Karen. She's the one that invited somebody to a party, or she's the one that spent time conversing with someone. It sounds like they're married. It sounds like they're, I just a gut feel on, they say what happens between two married adults or two adults, for that matter, is, their own decision. As long as it doesn't hurt anybody, it's not a crime. I hear that argument. I'm not a big supporter of this particular lifestyle, but it sounds like he's denying it when it seems fairly apparent that that's what it was. So not judging him for that. He is denying it. I think because the defense is quite honestly, they're trying to paint him as a third-party culprit, somebody who had motive, specifically romantic interest, if they can get that far, which they haven't been able to do, in Karen, and thus, that we can show that yes, you had all these parties that were, different than a typical party you might imagine, and then you paid for a cell phone for her, and you paid for a divorce attorney, and you took her on vacation, you went to a concert together. This was motive to have her husband removed from the picture. That's what they're trying to do, but I don't think they're going to get there. They didn't with this witness, and I don't think they will with Kathy either. Basically, what they're doing is shaming them by outing this in public from 13 years ago. This is probably very, very humiliating for the Bona family. Let's see. To me, it sounds like he would have been into it, but nothing was actually happening. Or maybe the wives were getting close, but I don't think this guy was getting anything from the victim. I don't know. I don't know the extent of what happened. I have no idea. It sounds like he was more forthcoming, although very embarrassed when he was initially interviewed about this and just wanted to be out of there. I mean, he said he and his wife were very uncomfortable and were just wanted to get out of that. I don't think they were saying, yes, we're swingers, and how can we leave? I don't think he was saying that. But there's probably some truth to what happened there. But yeah, all right. That's all we're gonna do there. Yeah, it doesn't add up. I don't see any suspicion on this guy. I don't see anything that would paint him as a a third party culprit. What I've learned from law this week. Oh man, crazy. For just a little update, let me show you, as we're waiting for the Daybell trial. The jury's been deliberating for 3 hours, just over 3 hours now, and we're waiting for any word. If they have a question or if they reach a verdict, we're going to bring that to you. Probably the questions over on Top Mark Media, and the verdict we'll bring to you here. We'll interrupt, we'll stop, we'll do a new live. I've got it all set up to go. It's just unlisted right now, and we'll make it go live if there is a verdict. We'll follow that here. Trying to pin it on him wouldn't make sense. I think he wanted one red rum, and then he would have done the husband. I think that all the defense is trying to do is present some reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury to show that, hey, there's somebody else that could have done it. And if they can plant that seed enough, then maybe they can get a few people who are like, well, I don't know, could have been the other guy. I think the testimony is proving how jealous the defendant was. And keep in mind, with that being said, the reasonable doubt, this case, this 13 years ago, it took 13 years to bring this to trial, which is a terribly long time. The arrest, he was just arrested, the defendant was just arrested last year. He's out on bond right now, $200,000 bond. 13 years, which means they don't have that smoking gun evidence. They don't have the video of the crime occurring. They don't have, the recording, the cell phone recording of the voices, at the murder scene. There's nothing like that. It's going to be a lot of circumstantial evidence. It's going to be some tests, a lot of negative tests. How do you explain the 5 bottles of bleach out behind the garage? Why did you bleach the garage floor? The dog threw up in the garage and you needed 5 gallons of bleach to clean it up. How do you explain the screw in the tire that looks like it was intentionally put there? There's little things, and then you've got some of the defendant's behaviors that, if not considered stalking, were definitely. I don't know. If they weren't married, I would definitely say there should be a restraining order there. Spying through the fence. We're going to get to that. We haven't heard it yet. Spying through the fence at the party to see what's going on. How many times he says he caught his wife doing this, or I was going through her phone records and things like that. So there's some behavior on his part that looks a little sketchy. Why the deflection through and his evasion? For this last witness, Mr. Bona, I would say there's a couple things here. Ooh, do we have something happening in Daybell? Hold tight. Just saw the screen change. Want to see if there's an update. One thing that this reminds me of, this last witness and his hesitancy to respond or be forthcoming about answers and what he said before. Very similar to the Karen Reed case. It doesn't necessarily mean that the Alberts and the McCabe's are guilty of killing John O'Keefe, but it sounds like there's something that happened that they just don't want out in public. That they, it could be criminal, it could not be criminal, it could be something that's just embarrassing, or it could be something that's very private. It could be a lot of things, but it sounds like they're both the behavior of this last witness and the McCabe's and the Alberts appears to be covering something up, and it just happens to be coming out in the murder trial for both of them. Sorry, I'm checking on Daybell to see if we have any updates. I'm not seeing anything other than that the court just made the feed live. Let me get that. Oops, 7. There we go. So the court's in recess. They've been deliberating for a while. Thal says, I get that, but if I'm on the jury, I'm starting to doubt them, and that's not good. You're starting to doubt, you're talking about Karen? The Karen Reed? Which Karen trial? We've got 2 Karens. You're talking about Karen Reed, the Alberts and McCabe's, or are you talking about this family, the Bonas? Okay, keep me in the loop, Ashley. I just don't have enough screens to monitor everything at the same time. All of them. All of them, says Mahoney. The Nonas, the Bonas. Think Bryan had more of a motive than Karen. He texted John, are you coming? Yeah. We're mixing our cases up, so it's getting confusing. Jimmy, I hear this argument. It would be better to be completely honest in a murder trial. A lot of people, I think that goes right along with the idea that if you don't have anything to hide, you should just answer all the questions. But I think a lot of people have gotten themselves in trouble by just answering questions and trying to help. I myself found myself in an interview with the BITF because I was just trying to help and just answered questions in a police interview. It turns out that I was just trying to help, and I was not guilty of anything, so there were no charges or anything. But and I was not involved, so that helps. But I can see why people say get a lawyer before you talk to the police, or if you want to help, talk to a lawyer. Look out for yourself first. All right. Preach, says Matthew. Call a lawyer. First call. You'll never regret it. No, it's not going to be cheap, but the alternative is much more expensive. Hot tub time machine. If you're on the witness stand, you've got to tell the truth. You're under oath. You've got to tell the truth. The only thing that will save you on the witness stand, if there's something that'll get you in a lot of trouble, is pleading the fifth, which is where you say, if I answer that question truthfully, I would be incriminating myself. I have the right not to incriminate myself. But even that could be, if you do that, the jury can often be given a direction that says that there's a negative inference. They can infer that had you answered that, it would have been detrimental to your defense or to the position. Teresa, I use the equivalent of word dice, and I just wanted something that nobody else had. And apparently, since top mark is not a word, nobody else had it. And I wanted something that was sort of nondescript, because there's many things I do under the Top Mark Media Company has a YouTube channel, and it does media work that way. But I also do physical live streaming, video, audio. I do events and things like that under the same channel name. So I wanted an umbrella that would cover both of those. Am I farther ahead or farther behind? Because I started right when the jury left. I ended as soon as we got notice the jury was going home for the night, and then I started right on time, straight up 8 o'clock this morning for Idaho. Meanwhile, we're still in break over here. I don't trust these clocks that have like the motor. I need a good old tick, 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 so I can count one alligator, two alligator, or one Mississippi, two Mississippi to make sure it's accurate. Oslo is beautiful. I love it. Spent a summer over in Norway as a kid in Larvik, which is not far from Oslo. Beautiful, beautiful. Fun story from Norway for me. I won second prize in a beauty contest. Well, it was a photo contest, and I was the subject in the photo. I lost to a bird's nest with little birds in it, but I like to say I can claim it. Did you complete the bathroom? Yes, except for the finish work. I need I was going to get a brad nailer, but I figured out I need a finish nailer. And so I need to order one online from Home Depot, because every single one of my tools is Ryobi, but I don't have a Home Depot within like an hour and a half of me. They're far away. All of them are forever away. And so I have to order online to get the finish nailer. That's the bigger nail, not the framing nailer, but the finish nailer, so I can do the trim around the bottom. But the bathroom is done. Once the trim's in, we'll do a grand reveal. Still waiting on the bidet. The bidet. Still, that has yet to arrive, and that we're saving up for because they're apparently not cheap. At least the good ones. I have the most random stories. I've got weird stories. I've got my funniest stories or the strangest stories usually involve my work, because I worked a lot of jobs, especially right around the time I was right around 20 years old. I worked a ton of different places. I found a company that would hire me as a temporary, so I was working temp jobs, and I loved it because it's like, I want to work today. They'd have a job for me. It's like, hey, go out here, work for this company, and I was bottling water in a water, where they make these. And I found out that to get the water, at least that company, you just drive it to a fire hydrant, connect to the fire hydrant, and turn it on, fill up the truck, and then drive it back. And we were bottling tap water and selling it to people. So that was fun. And I did some work where I was told to go to a company that makes corrugated drainage pipes, and they're basically the only company in the U.S. that does this, but I can't name them. They hired me. I showed up. They handed me a shovel and safety glasses, just like if for something doesn't fly and hit you in the eye. And they had us standing in a pool of diesel fuel, digging out the fuel and shoveling the fuel and the mud that where it's a diesel spill to hide it before an EPA inspection. I worked for them all day. No other safety equipment. I completely ruined my boots. Worked for them all day. Afterwards, they offered us, against the rules of the temporary company, they offered us substantial positions with the company temporarily, basically to keep us quiet. I turned down the offer, and I made a phone call and said, here's where you want to look for the buried fuel. So that was fun. I also worked for a company making decorative tile on the side of cinder blocks. Like a cinder block is one of those big concrete bricks. Well, they would put a tile on the outside of it so it looks like a nice finished wall. And my job was right on the edge of the kiln. So they'd come through this, 3,000 degree kiln, and they're like red hot. They come out, and like 30 seconds after it comes out of the kiln, it was my job to pick them up and stack them. And they gave me those little brown wool gloves, like the thin ones. And as long as you work fast, it doesn't burn you. But if you grab too hard, it squeezes the cloth too far, and it will just blister your fingers. And it was crazy. It was crazy. So I was grabbing red hot bricks out of a kiln with wool gloves. That, if you got them, they're just cloth gloves, not even like leather gloves. It's crazy. Tell us about the job you had here in Lubbock. Let's see. The company I worked for was a metal roof and wall manufacturer. So they made metal buildings. Wonder if it's for anyone I've sued. I worked for the company was under the NCI LLC family. Specifically, I was under the arm called MBCI, Metal Building Components Incorporated. Did you miss anything spicy? A little bit, but really, it seems like the defense was just ganging up on the witness and trying to embarrass him more. That's the feel I got from today's testimony with Mr. Bona. Works as a temp for American Express credit card company. Yes, I have stories. Let's see. Have you ever, talking about the bottling company, going back there, have you ever seen what a bottle looks like before it's in the shape of a bottle? They look like little miniature test tubes, like a 2-liter bottle. It has the screw part on the top and the lip, and then imagine that little portion right underneath the lip. It's that size down that far, and that's the whole bottle, and they heat it up and inflate it, and it It goes in a mold and makes the whole bottle. But let's see. On another note, you should have your own podcast. People love hearing your stories. Tonight, 8 p.m., the Not Relevant podcast, that we tell stories there. Case Carpetta, thank you. I get that. That's funny. Yes, tonight, 8 p.m., Thomas and I will be on this channel doing our podcast. So please join us. We'll have some crazy stories. Odd thing in the news. I was probably going to save this till tonight, but I'll tell you right now. In the Karen Reed trial, the Canton Police Department has a Facebook page, and they've been posting things on Facebook like they normally do. Well, this trial has really made Canton sort of the forefront of the public's attention. And so when they post traffic alert Tuesday, May 28th and Wednesday, May 29th, Randolph Street coming from Randolph will be detoured down Farm Street from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. This is a normal post for a police department. Ooh, cops outside. The responses are something like, are you going to use the normal orange cones or should we look for the red Solo cups? I'm going to Stop and Shop. Do you need me to grab evidence bags while I'm there? Hose long until the detour is lifted. Let's see. Do you know if they'll be filling the potholes or just covering them up? There's 1,600 comments in here, and it's growing like crazy, and it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. I don't think they know that they can turn off comments. I don't think they're reading the comments, but it's not just the comments. The Canton Police Department is being reviewed. It's let's see, more. Canton Police Department. Let's see, 4 out of 5 stars. The ratings. There are 121 reviews. I don't think they can delete the reviews. And the ratings are starting to have the same stuff in it as well. It's on Facebook if you look for Canton Police Department.
All right. General, who's your next witness?
Next witness will be Kathy Bono.
Now, is this one of the witnesses that falls under the prior order, the 8033 information?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you all agree we're at the point based on the prior the state's prior motion as well as the defendant's position in the matter that the court needs to go ahead and hear the testimony, that part of the testimony jury out in order to make the analysis under 8033? Is that where we are?
We do, Your Honor.
Yes. It's a proffer.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, Judge?
Yes, sir.
All right. We have your previous order.
Right.
We have what the state gave notice of, the questions and Your Honor's interpretation or the court's ruling. Are we limited ourselves to the things that you still say are in play? It seems like that's what we're doing.
Well, no, we're not. I mean, the court's prior order eliminated totally a few things.
Yes,
but remember, the state's motion did not say these are the only areas that are going to come up. The state gave examples of the kind of testimony that they expected to use, and so I think with this witness, let's develop the testimony, and then we can hash through the objection and determine what's going to go and what's not going to go.
Your Honor, I'm just asking about the method of doing this. Is the state's going to call this witness in and ask the proposed questions, and we'll hear the witness's response?
Yes.
And then
you may do like Mr. Petri and say, is that a question, or you want me just to answer the? Yes, you're correct. That's what I'm anticipating we're doing.
and we hear the statement.
Right.
And can I cross-examine or?
Yes.
Okay. But we're limiting ourselves to just these things.
Yes.
Okay. And then afterwards, can I ask, is the witness going to be excused, and then we can talk about it?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, what's the purpose of cross-examination? The purpose of this hearing is to get the statement in, or for you to hear the statement and then make a determination if it's relevant or not. How does cross-examination play a part in that?
Cross-examination, in my view, may add to or take away the court's ability to, or it's going to possibly add to the court's ability to analyze the statement under the appropriate rules. And so I'm going. This is not going to be wide open testimony nor wide open cross-examination. It's going to be limited, Mr. Taylor, to the factors that help the court determine whether or not the statement is admissible. Okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Time,
Yes.
conduct, whose conduct? Yes.
Relevance, timing, context, and whether or not it fits within or without 8033 exception. Those are the things that I'll need to hear in order to do that, and I'll cut you off if we get, I'll cut both of you off if we get far away from that. Okay? So, call your witness, sir.
Kevin, hello. Hello to the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic. Let's check that out. Sounds like they've never done a proffer before, Virginia. They're just figuring out how these things work. So we've got some 803 stuff. Too prejudicial to bring in, even if it is a bit probative.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Bono.
Morning.
Would you spell your name Kathy? How do you spell that?
Cathy.
And Bona is Bona?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Bona, thank you for being here. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm going to have more questions later, but this is more focused on a certain area.
Okay.
Did you and Ms. Swift spend time talking on the phone and texting one another?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a copy of some messages and ask if you can identify these. And these are dated June 28th of 2011.
General, what date did you say?
June 28th, 2011.
So that's several months before Karen went missing. Oh, here comes the highlighter.
Okay, Ms. Bona, do you recognize those messages?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are text messages between myself and Karen.
Okay, and I see that one of the message bars is green, and the other, I guess, is a white or gray.
Yes.
Which is your conversation, and which is that of Ms. Swift?
My conversation is in the green, and hers is in the white or gray.
Okay, and sorry. At the top of the message, what does it say?
The date?
Looks like there's a name there.
Yes, it says the first message that Karen sent.
At the very top.
June 28, 2011.
No, above that.
Above that.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Maybe that one doesn't show.
That's the next one, yeah. There's the next
Is there anything that shows a name on the text message?
There is. The second sheet, it has Karen S. at the top.
Okay. And do you know why it says that?
Because that's who I was talking to.
Okay. Did you save that in your phone, in your contacts?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the way that you saved that message?
Yes, that's the way I had her in my contacts, so it would have been.
Okay. Okay. the first message there, June 28, 2011. Would you read what the part of the statement that was from Ms. Swift?
David is acting very strange, kind of scaring me. He says he took 2 Ambien, and then she put spelling as if she spelled Ambien correctly. And then it's signed Karen underneath it.
Okay, and then what was your response?
Question mark. Maybe he's making a last-ditch effort to gain sympathy and playing depression.
Okay, and her next comment?
You are right. When he had his affair, he put a gun to his head. Gonna make sure he's asleep before me, Karen.
Okay. And if you would go to the next page. Would you read that?
Serious? He is messed up. That was me. She replied, yeah, and scaring me. I have my girls and locking my door. I can say before now I have never been scared of him. I'm going to let Dustin know. Signed, Karen. I replied, I'm scared for you. Text me in the morning, please. And she replied, I will. Don't want you to worry. I'm probably making more of it. Have fun. Signed, Karen.
Okay. And then the next page. And I think that's kind of a repeat.
It is.
Some of that, but I think some of it cut off.
Yes, and then she, after her, said, probably making more of it, have fun. I replied, he's the all talk, no action kind of guy, right? Yeah, looking for pity, so, right.
Okay. Your Honor, do you want to address one at a time, or do you want to go through all of them?
Is that the whole?
That's the end of that
Let's go through all of it, and then we'll deal with it.
Okay.
Just a second. What?
Would you consider just taking it a section at a time, and I'll just limit my questions very briefly.
Okay, that's all right. Well, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Do you have an extra copy that I can have or borrow, or can we go make a copy real quick?
Can we make a copy, please? I don't think I have an extra.
I think we've got a machine right here.
Would you make 2? Because I don't want to have to pass the exhibit back.
2 copies, please.
Thank you, Judge.
Who would have thought of a copier in a courtroom?
It's impressive.
You hand those back to the witness. I understand. No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So let me clarify a couple of things. On the photocopies, it looks like what is shown as green on the original ones is showing up as a dark shaded, and then the white or gray appear as a lighter background deal. So are we dealing only with these 3 pages at the time?
Yes.
At this time. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor, and if you'll limit your cross-examination to this, then.
Ms. Bona, let me ask you some things. Can you hear me pretty good?
Yes.
These messages are from June 28th of 2011.
Yes.
That's well before her divorce. Is that correct?
Yes.
Her divorce was in October.
Yes.
Well before she went missing also.
Yes.
October the 30th. Several months before.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be rude, but if you'll answer yes or no for the record, we just have to be sure.
Okay.
We're dealing with what Karen said to you, and that's the ones that are not dark colored, right?
Yes.
And the first message at 9:45 p.m. on June 28th talks about David acting very strange.
Yes.
She's referring to David Swift, she's not referring to herself, is she?
No.
Okay. She's talking about David's conduct, isn't she?
Yes.
And she's referring specifically all to David's conduct in that first message, isn't she?
Yes.
Not her own.
No.
And then you respond to her.
Yes.
And that's in the dark.
Yes.
And you respond, gain sympathy, playing for depression. You respond that.
Yes.
You don't say anything about fear or threats. You say sympathy or playing depression. That's how you respond.
Yes.
Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Yes.
And then she responds talking about his conduct, that he had his affair, put a gun to his head. That's how she responds to you.
Yes, his conduct.
His conduct, not hers.
Yes.
And she makes a vague reference to gonna make sure he's asleep before me. She says that. And that's all she responds on that one message.
Yes, yes.
Okay. She doesn't put any other explanation or context on it.
No.
All right. Now, and you respond serious, he's messed up.
Yes.
And she responds, yeah, scaring me. She's talking about herself, I guess herself at this point.
Yes.
That's the first time she talks about how she felt in that message.
Yes.
All right. And then she talks about others, like her and the girls. Is that right? It talks about the girls. It talks about others' conduct, not David's.
Talks about her conduct, yes.
Yeah, her and the girls, which is somebody, the girls.
Yes. Doesn't talk about their conduct. She said, I have my girls, and locking the door.
Okay. And she doesn't really explain more than locking the doors. She doesn't give an explanation of the outside door or the inside door, does she? She just, that's as much as she refers to it.
Right.
And the girls refers to other conduct other than herself.
Other people. She
Yes,
didn't
other than
specifically
herself.
said their conduct, but they're people.
Other than herself.
Yes.
And then she says, I can say before I've never been scared of them, scared of harm, I guess that's what that is. That's how she, and she's going to let somebody else know.
Yes.
She's talking about others other than herself.
Yes.
And she doesn't really say anything other than going to let Dustin know. She doesn't explain what she's going to let him know or anything. That's all she says.
Right.
She doesn't explain what she's going to let him know or why she's going to let him know. She just says, going to let Dustin know.
Yes, he's scaring me. I'm going to lock my doors. I've never been scared of him before now, but I'm going to let Dustin know.
But she doesn't explain why she's going to let him know herself, does she?
She just says she's going to let him know, referring to what she wrote in the text, that she was scared of him.
But she doesn't explain it any more than that.
No.
Okay. Now, and you respond about yourself and how you feel about it.
Yes.
Okay. And she responds to what you say, and I'm scared for you. That's what you say. And she responds assuring you, don't want you to worry. I'm probably making more of it. Have fun. That's how she responds.
Yes.
So she says something that don't worry, I'm probably making more of it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then you respond, he's all talk, no action, right?
Yes, I ask him that. Ask her that.
And so you're saying, you're in a way asking her, hey, he's all talk, he's not really going to do anything. Isn't that what you're kind of saying to her?
It is.
And she responds, yeah, looking for pity, so right. She really agrees with you, don't she?
Well, she wants to make me comfortable, so yes.
But she didn't say that. She said,
No.
yeah. You say, oh, no talk, no action kind of guy, right? And she totally agrees with you in that next message. Is that right?
It appears that way, yes.
And then y'all move on to another subject.
Yes.
Okay. This is the end of the first exchange, I guess, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect, General? Can we mark the 3 pages for identification just so the court can refer to those matters? That's going to be 15 for identification only.
So there's the judge has to rule to see if this is going to come in. This is a proffer.
You can hand them back to her if you want to.
This is a statement, specifically the statement that she was scared of him. I've never been scared of him before. I believe that's the crux of it. The part about the gun,
okay,
not
it's
sure if that's
state's motion about these matters. Tell me, General, what is the purpose? For what purpose are these statements offered at this time?
Yes, we ask the witness to step out when we go through this.
Beg your pardon?
We need to ask the witness to step out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Bone, I need you to wait outside the courtroom in the hallway, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll get you right.
Through these messages one at a time then?
We're going to deal with this first set of 3 pages.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the witness leaves. They're gonna talk quite frankly about what they're gonna ask her and what they want to.
I'm sorry, it's
to get from
laborious,
her.
but I don't know of a better way to deal with it right now.
Yes, no, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure that that's the proper way we were going to do that. Yes, so that's fine.
Now, my question to you
Babs,
is,
thank
for
you very
what
much.
purpose are these statements offered?
Thanks
Your
for
Honor,
the kind word.
as I told you in my motion, these are offered to show the state of mind of the victim in the case. And I understand that this was June 28th. It was a few months before the divorce. However, you're going to see that this is a constant state of mind for over the next several months, that this was not a one-time event, that she was just afraid that night. You're going to hear that she told not only Ms. Bona, but other witnesses also that she was afraid of the defendant. Your Honor, so it goes specifically to her state of mind, which is admissible according to case law that I've already presented to the court. Your Honor, in addition to that, the defense has already raised the issue in the opening to the jury, and they've already heard that the fact that Ms. Swift was not scared of the defendant. She was never afraid of him. Your Honor, so the state should be allowed to put on proof that that in fact is not true, and that statement is not true. Your Honor, and as far as the statements, if I could just go through each page. And
sure.
I agree. Her statement that David is acting very strange is conduct of another. However, it goes to the very next phrase that she says, kind of scaring me. Your Honor, so it explains why she's afraid. It's not just talking about his conduct and what he's doing or where he's going. Your Honor, if the jury just hears kind of scaring me, they're not going to know what that context is. As far as her saying he took 2 Ambien, yes, that is conduct of another. We agree with that. The last statement she makes on that page, you're right. When he had his affair, he put a gun to his head. Yes, I agree that is conduct of another. It's about a different time frame. The state agrees that is not proper. You know, so
that entire message right there.
Well, no, sir. I'm going to say that part of the message is not, but the next part, going to make sure he's asleep before me.
Okay.
You know, that goes on to talk about the fear that she just explained, and she's afraid. She's going to make sure that he's asleep before her. Your Honor, so we think that part of the message is proper. The next message on the second page, she just says, serious, he's messed up, Your Honor. Not sure how you want to deal with what Ms. Bona said, but the next part of the message, yeah, and scaring me. that obviously talks about her fear and her state of mind. And also the very next thing, I have my girls. She didn't say what her girls was doing. She didn't say my girls are in the room playing. She said, I have my girls and locking my door. I can say before now, I have never been scared of him. Gonna let Dustin know. That entire text conversation, that entire box talks about her fear. And as far as saying gonna let Dustin know, it's obvious that she's afraid to the point she's going to tell her son, I'm afraid of your father, something's going on. Your Honor, and as far as the remainder of the message, then that part is, we agree, is not relevant. Not
Which one's that?
At the bottom of the message where it says, I will, don't want you to worry, I'm probably making more of it, have fun. The defense may want that.
Go back to that other box there that begins, yeah, and scaring me.
Yes, sir.
I have my girls and locking my door. I can say before now, we didn't talk about this sentence, I have never been scared of him. You submit that that's appropriate under the 8033.
Yes, sir, because it also shows that this is a new development. There's been a change in the relationship. In the past, she's never been afraid, but at this point, the relationship is not the same. Things are starting to change between both of them. She wants the divorce. She can't afford it. And it goes on to talk about that, no, in the past, everything has been fine, but now, all of a sudden, things are different.
Now, what about that last sentence, gonna let Dustin know? The court has zero context for that.
Well, Your Honor, I believe you do. It's a part of the same conversation.
I understand, but nobody knows. I don't know who Dustin is and why Dustin needs to know something and how that even relates, which message this relates to.
Well, I can clarify that with Ms. Bona, that's Mr. Swift and Ms. Swift's son.
That's the son?
Yes.
The judge doesn't know who
that
the
helps.
family
Thank
is.
you.
Yes, sir.
Who's Dustin?
And then on the last page, Your Honor.
DSN, thank you very much. Thanks for the kind words.
I don't think that anything there.
Support.
Okay.
Anything we're concerned with.
All right. Very good.
We have absolutely incredible mods.
All right, Mr. Taylor. Let's think about
it's
those.
a whole team that gets it done.
Judge, can I respond this way? She goes missing October 30th of 2011.
I'm sorry.
She goes missing October the 30th of 2011. She files for divorce on October the 10th, 2011. These messages are from several months before that, June 20th.
October what? The date of the divorce filing?
October the 10th, 2011.
Okay. Gotcha.
Now, let me dispatch something while I'm thinking about it. The prosecutor said that I made a comment in opening statements that opens the door. Remember the statements of counsel issue we talked about before? What I say in opening is not evidence, but let me say this. It is a fact in this case that when Karen Swift filed for divorce, October the 10th, 2011, several months after these messages, that she went back after her trip to Alabama and lived in the house with David Swift. She's going back and living in the same house with him after she's filed for divorce. That is a fact. That is a fact that will come up from the case. That indicates that she's filed for divorce. She's gone for a week. I submit it kind of shows that she wants a cooling off, not uncomfortable phase, a vacation. And then she comes back just a few days or a week after October the 10th with the girls and lives in the house with him. And there's nothing that I've opened the door. That's just a fact. And her action by going back to the house after filing for divorce indicates that she's not in fear or that has no hesitation about going back to the house. These messages from June the 28th, several months, July, August, September, October, 4 months before, are remote from this. We don't even have the context of what started this whole conversation. acting strange is vague. Does that mean, it doesn't say violent, acting strange, it's not defined. There's nothing more specific. These messages are very remote to the relevant time frame of this case of her going missing, the divorce, her going back, and then later the month of her missing. And so the part that he took 2 Ambien is obviously his conduct. I think the state would agree, and Your Honor would agree, talks about David Swift's conduct. 803.3 is about the conduct of the declarant. So it would be inadmissible. The acting strange is just not defined. It's vague, and it's several months. And this Karen Swift goes on in this message and indicates that, well, I don't want you to worry, I'm probably making more of it, have fun. She sort of downplays it. She sort of downplays it in this own exchange of messages at the end. I'm probably making more of it, have fun. So we're talking about issues here under 803.3. And the court also has to consider the possible prejudicial effect. And I'm sure the government or the state wants to make Mr. Swift look bad or look unreasonable or look angry or violent in the eyes of the jury. I understand that, but these are very remote. The prejudicial effect with the vagueness of these messages, and it talks about the conduct of others, it should not be relevant in this time frame, this first exchange that we're talking about. Making a last-ditch effort to gain sympathy, playing depression. And Ms. Swift responded about his conduct, and she even agrees with Ms. Bona, you're right, which indicates again that Ms. Swift's saying sympathy. She doesn't say no. She doesn't straighten Ms. Bona out and say, no, I'm scared of him. I think he's going to hit me. She doesn't say that. She completely downplays it. And so I would say that on this first page that those should be irrelevant and should be excluded, and because of the time frame. Yeah, and scare me doesn't explain. Is she afraid or scared? She doesn't explain the context on the second page of, is it about money? Is it about the property? She doesn't give the context other than, yeah, scare me. And she talks about my girls, and that's the conduct of others. She even says, I can truly say before now, but she doesn't explain. I can truly say before now, I have never been scared of him. She doesn't explain why she's scared of him. She doesn't give any context to it, Judge. And gonna let Dustin know talks about the conduct of somebody else.
All right.
And then looking, I don't want you to worry, I'm probably making more of it than I have, just indicates towards the end that she doesn't take it seriously. So for that reason, I would object to all these messages being included, especially during this several months out time frame with no context and no more information, and Ms. Swift downplaying herself and being vague, downplaying the fear in the messages response.
Court's required to, under Tennessee Rules of Evidence 803.3, required to analyze statements that purport to convey the state of mind,
the victim of a murder crime,
existing mental state, then existing mental emotional or physical condition. There are several factors involved, and I have in the order dated May 17, 2024, this exchange represents some of the example matters that the state brought to the attention of the court in its motion, and it was helpful to be able to perform the analysis. And let's take the first page there. The text box begins, "David is acting very strange." The state contends that that's necessary to provide context itself for the next statement, which is kind of scaring me. There, in that instance, the court does not see in any of the cases or see under the rule itself that that context should be permitted, so that context testimony that does not fit within the rule can be used in order to make a statement fit within the rule. That is, so it can provide context. So there's no context whatsoever for this first statement there. The second one, the second text box on that first page.
Sorry, that's my weather
Obviously,
alert.
when it says when he had his affair, he put a gun to his head, that is conduct of someone other than the declarant, Ms. Swift. So that statement is inadmissible as well. And I think the state concedes that. But the state contends that the next sentence is going to make sure he is asleep before me.
So she's referring right after the gun statement that happened years ago, allegedly.
She's also referring right after she said, "He's scaring me."
He had an affair, which was years before this, and the gun thing, allegations she made from years before. So she's referring to what she just mentioned. So, Judge, you're taking it. If the statement, that line before about the gun and the affair are not proper, how could that explanation right after it would be taken out of context? Because it's obvious that she's referring to the gun and the affair allegations.
The court's not convinced that this particular sentence, going to make sure he is asleep before me, conveys her mental state. I'm not real sure what the purpose of the statement is, or how it becomes relevant, or what the jury is to infer or conclude from that. But by itself, the jury, I don't see how the jury can conclude that she has fear in the matter.
So it's not coming in.
Second page, text box, "Yeah, and scaring me. I have my girls and locking my door." Again, there's just not a sufficient amount of context for the conversation at this point that the court can say that the statements fall within 8033. And if you look at the conclusion of the exchange, it appears that Ms. Swift is downplaying, as the defense suggests, that she is not in fear. She is mentioning this to her friend in a text message. But I'll tell you the thing that convinces the court that these should not be admitted, and that is the remoteness of the statements. These are 4 months before these statements took place 4 months before the death, 3 months before the filing of any divorce. The state's motion was couched in terms of making sure the jury understood that Ms. Swift was concerned for her safety with respect to the expected filing for the divorce. So this exchange will be excluded. There'll be no testimony about it.
That's a big win for the defense.
You want to bring her back in for whatever next? Beg pardon? Yes, sir. You sure may. Yeah, stapler over there.
Okay, so this, what this does, they fought hard to keep this out, and defense won. I'm not sure if I agree entirely with the judge. I think there's plenty in there to show the victim's state of mind. Judge wasn't convinced. I know. Generally, this will not be allowed. Think of the Jensen case, the Mark Jensen case, where we had a letter from the victim saying, "If you find me dead, my husband did it." These are all the reasons why he's suspicious. And that, on appeal, was not allowed in. Still got convicted. But this is basically one of the only times, I believe the only time, we're going to hear testimony from the victim.
In the timing issue, the court is guided by the Trusty case as well as that Best case there, and those are much closer to the time of events than what we have there. So that's why I'm thinking about that.
I would say if it was years ago, that would be a problem. 4 months seems pretty close. Apparently he's got some case law that I have not reviewed that indicates that's a insufficient time frame. Defense is, I know they're sitting pretty stoic, but they are thrilled that this is not coming in. The fear was not fresh enough, apparently, in Tennessee. Yeah, Jenny, you say the rules need to change. Yeah, it's the laws, it's the rules that are controlling this. The judge is looking at the rule and basing his decision upon that. Case law, precedent is weighing on this as well, and he's combining those to say it doesn't apply. If you don't like it and you're in Tennessee, the rules have to change. I agree. I think it's terrible.
The reason I'm reviewing this is based on the ruling we just made about the timing. So that's what I'm looking at.
Right.
The state wants to argue against this. They're not done. They're looking at the case law. That's why they say, if you give me just a minute. The judge is letting them look up he said the Best case, and I forget what the other one was. He cited 2 cases, which are probably, he didn't give the citation, but they're probably easy for the prosecutor to find. He's reviewing those to see if possibly he can argue.
I'm not rushing you. We've got the time to do this correctly.
He's got the opportunity here to argue and say, Your Honor, in this case, the case law doesn't apply. It's different. It's different because of this. This is why this case is different, and you should reconsider.
That's a conversation I am not in at all.
See a lot of people sharing their personal experience, saying this is terrible. This is terrible for domestic violence victims. They already have the court sort of stacked against them by the very nature of what they've endured. I like that the judge is taking time here. Hopefully he's not just doing it to allow the formality of the argument against his decision to occur, but to actually consider it.
We have numerous messages. There's also a journal that Ms. Swift asked Ms. Bona to start keeping in the summer of events that were happening.
Ooh.
But these were all things in the summer that were building up to the divorce, and you've already ruled those were too remote. So there are numerous events, but it was all in build up to the divorce.
Okay.
So I will not ask about this.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Nothing comes in.
Any other statements from this witness that you expect to?
No.
All right. So we're ready to go ahead and call her back to the stand and get the jury in?
She's been documenting things in the journal, but the prosecutor went with...
Are you ready for jury?
Yes, sir.
With the most recent occurrence, and the judge ruled on the most recent occurrence, that text, that it was not close enough in time to the event. And so everything that preceded it is disqualified by that same ruling. Why didn't the prosecutor lay the foundation and show that this was a chain?
All right.
They were all connected. No, the judge had shown some reluctance to let things in that weren't timely. It silenced the victim in this case completely. That ruling silenced the victim.
All right, let's have a seat. Okay, you want to call Ms. Bona back in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Colorado Courts just posted a tweet. They're hosting a Clear Your Active Warrant Day, where you just show up at the jail and like, hey, I'd like to clear my warrant.
Come on back up, Ms. Bona.
Only some warrants apply. I imagine several people will be taken into custody on this day.
You remember that you've already been placed under oath, okay?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, General.
Okay, your name is Kathy Bona. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know David Swift?
Yes.
And did you know Karen Swift?
Yes.
Tell me how you knew them.
I met Karen at the YMCA and we started working out together, and we became friends through that. That's when we started becoming friends. And then I had met her husband at some point when I went over to her house.
Okay. And how long had you been friends with Karen Swift?
I think we met in spring, maybe early 2010 at the Y.
Okay. And did she immediately start coming to your house?
No.
Okay. How did you begin to visit with one another?
Well, we worked out. Like I said, we were working out together, and she was, new to the area, so she was reaching out for friends, and she'd invite me to lunch. So we did a couple times. We went to lunch with some girls, and then we started getting to know each other better. She'd have some friends over at her house.
Okay. And did you go?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to her house very often?
Possibly once a week.
Okay. Was Mr. Swift usually there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And was there a time when Miss Swift started to come to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And how far into the friendship was that?
Well, we had been gathering at her house for a while, and things just got uncomfortable, and she was ready to start getting out of the house, I believe. And, we do other stuff. We go running, go to concerts and things like that. It was probably later on, that year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When Miss Swift came to your house, what kind of things would the two of you do?
We'd sit out on the porch and talk about our kids. We'd do s'mores on the porch. Like I said, sometimes we'd take the kids to Reelfoot Lake, or we'd go to the park, or we went to a couple concerts, things like that.
Okay. Did you get to observe Miss Swift with her children very often?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can you tell me what type of mother she was?
She was a fantastic mother. She would do anything for those children. Anything. She wanted to take them places and do crafts with them and just all kinds of fun stuff. They were everything to her.
Okay. And what about Miss Swift? What about her personality? What type of person was she?
Karen was fun and just an open kind of person, just uplifting of other people. Was a good friend. She always wanted to make you feel comfortable. She wanted to make sure that you felt good and you felt comfortable, and she was not self-centered. She would just do anything for you.
Okay. And did she ever come to your house at night after putting the kids to bed?
I know she would come over. She would leave her house and come over in the evenings. And then she would then go home and go to sleep with Keely most of the time. So I'm not sure if she put the kids to bed or her dad, the father, put the kids to bed. But I just know she would come over and then she would go home.
Okay. Throughout the weekdays, what time would she typically go home?
There wasn't a whole lot of weekdays that we were hanging out. I mean,
okay,
10, 11 o'clock at the latest weekdays, if she'd ever came over on those days.
Okay. So it was rare for a weekday to come over?
Yeah, to do any kind of late night stuff. We do other kind of stuff and stuff with the kids.
Okay. What about weekends?
Weekends. Friday nights were a day we had people over and girls coming over, gathering and hanging out.
Okay. What time would she typically go home on a Friday night?
11, 12-ish.
Okay. Never over into the early morning hours?
No. That wasn't a big thing.
Okay. Did you and Karen talk about personal issues?
Yes, a lot.
Okay. Did you talk about her personal life and your personal life?
Yes.
Okay.
She was very open.
What about her marriage? Did you talk about that?
We did.
Okay. Do you know if there were any marital issues between Mr. Swift and Miss Swift?
From what she told me, yes, there was a lot of history there and a lot of things going on.
Okay. You stated that you were around Mr. Swift early on in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. What type of personality did he have?
When we would hang out at her house, he was there. He was always there. He always knew where she was. And he would always be there either in the other room. He'd be watching, listening, hanging out with the kids, always in there making little remarks. Oh, you're drinking too much. Or you're doing this. Just very belittling constantly and just watching over her, whatever she did.
Okay. And were you ever present when the two of them had arguments?
Not usually. They would kind of keep those under wraps, and she would tell me about them and stuff that he would accuse her of.
Were there times that you did see them argue?
Yes.
Okay. When they did argue, what usually happened during those arguments?
The main one I saw was an incident where he was yelling at her and very angry and enraged with her.
Do you know what that was about?
That was a time when her car was in the parking lot at Walmart. That was that instance.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a few minutes.
Okay.
When they argued, what did Miss Swift typically try to do?
She just tried to ease it over. When everybody was around, like I said, she wanted to make everybody else feel comfortable. And if it was uncomfortable, she'd be like, let's stop doing this in front of people. So.
Okay. Try to calm the situation down?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and your husband ever go out with David and Karen Swift?
We did on a couple of occasions, yes.
And how did Mr. Swift act or treat Miss Swift when you were out together?
Well, there was one time we went to a Christmas party, and I can't remember quite where it was, but we were all out together as couples, and it was just the constant belittling comments. Like, are you going to have that drink, or are you going to do that? Just those comments.
Okay. And was that often?
Yes.
Okay. How did Mr. Swift feel about you and Miss Swift spending time together?
I think it was fine when we were at their house hanging out because he knew exactly where she was.
Okay. What about when it was at your house?
He wanted to know where she was all the time.
Okay. Well, what would he do if Karen was with you? What would happen with Mr. Swift?
He would call constantly.
Okay.
Most times that she was out with me or out at all, he would call her constantly.
Okay. And when you say constantly, give me an idea. How often would he call?
Oh, well, there was one night we were hanging out on my porch and he called 25 times.
In what period of time?
30 minutes.
Oh, my. That's like every minute.
Was that typical?
That was a little excessive that day, but it was typical for him to call often, yes.
Okay. Do you know why he did that? Why he was calling so often?
Because he just wanted to know where she was.
She didn't hear the conversation.
Objection sustained. Thank you.
We'll move on.
Speculation.
When Miss Swift was at your house,
yes,
did you ever see Mr. Swift driving by?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see him do that often?
A couple of times. Just pretty much the times I can remember.
Okay. Did he stop at your house?
No.
Just drove by?
It was a drove by, and it's a street that it's not a commonly traveled street, so he would drive by the street because we have a big window in the front of our house, huge picture window, so it was really easy to see out of that.
Okay. Where you lived at that time, what was in that area? Was it a lot of shopping centers? Or
No. We were on a street that was a hill with just residential.
Okay. All right. So is it a place that you would typically be driving down that street to just go run an errand or shop?
No, it is not. It is a residential street with houses on that.
Was it near Mr. Swift's home?
No.
Okay. How did it make you feel when you would see Mr. Swift driving by like that?
Creepy.
That was quick.
You know if Mr. Swift had many friends in Dyer County?
I do not know of any. I never saw him hanging out with anybody. When we would go over there, it would just be girls. So there wasn't husbands there. And then when we went out as couples, it was just a bunch of people kind of going together like that Christmas party.
Okay. Do you know anything about Miss Swift's plans to divorce Mr. Swift?
Her plans, yes.
Okay. And had that gone on for a short period of time, a long period of time? How long had she discussed that?
I think when I first met her, she did not care for her husband at all and how he treated her. It was kind of an...
Objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Because when I met her at the Y, she was very open about how she did not like him and how he treated her. And so that was kind of an ongoing thing from the minute I met her. And I think it got worse, and she wanted to pursue more action as things got worse, as he started accusing her of more things. And so then it was kind of like, well, I don't have the money to do anything. And so she finally started taking action when she started getting the confidence to say, I'm just done. I can't do this anymore. And the controlling and the belittling and accusations, she was ready to be done with the marriage because she needed to get out.
Okay. And how long did she talk about those issues with you? Was it just over a few weeks before she filed for divorce, or how long had she felt that way?
Oh, a long time. She was a little more reserved at first because didn't want to come on so strong, like, you know, my marriage is a hot mess. But I mean, we became friends.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Jury's out. Jury's out. Judge says, just a minute. My marriage is a hot mess. Judge's like, hang on, we might need a proffer. We might need another proffer. Trying to do a quick switcheroo so we can record something. We might have a Bryan Kohberger hearing this afternoon. So we just need to get some things set up for that.
Mr. Goodman, I'm not sure Ms. Bona understands the context and the degree, you know, that she's beginning to convey things that the court has excluded. And I know they're not specific. We're not into specific statements, but the court is beginning to be concerned that the witness doesn't understand. I know you have not been able to convey that to her.
Yes, sir, I have not.
Either that the court has seriously limited her relation of things within the time frame there. And I don't know if you need to tell her that.
Yes, sir, I would like to.
I would request that you be instructed about what's limited.
Right.
It's okay if I?
Yes, sir. It's fine.
Ms. Mona, I'm not going to ask you any questions about any of the times that Ms. Swift told you she was in fear of Mr. Swift.
Okay.
I know that you kept a journal of
Yes.
things. I'm not going to ask you about anything in the journals.
Okay.
So if you would just not make any statements about anything Karen told you about being in fear or anything like that.
Okay.
Acts of violence, things of that nature.
No acts of violence.
Don't plan to ask about any of that.
Okay. All right. We're good. We're clear. You think we're clearer now than we were? Okay.
I will try my best.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'll do my best to keep it focused.
I know that you will. Okay.
It might
Until
still
then we're
come
ready to
in.
go. They may be brewing iced tea back there. I don't know.
Gonna see if we can switch up the video without causing too much of a problem here. Let's do it on the break here. Box source. Where are we at? It's coming in on 4. Let's go 2, 3. Let's see if this one works. Just want to make sure the audio is good before I switch off. It's a little darker. Get a little more color saturation in this feed. The BK hearing is another hearing about motion to compel. Regarding the IGG, judge may open the hearing. It might be closed. Might have a couple witnesses. No, it's hard to get information on this one. This is frustrating to see a victim silenced. The law in most states makes it difficult to bring this testimony in. Cindy says, I think the judge is making sure it won't be overturned on appeal if he's convicted. I think there's still probably sufficient evidence for a jury to make an informed decision here. Allie B, thank you for gifting a membership. I know it was a while back. I'm just getting around to it here. Lynn Goodwin, I was lurking for a few months before joining. I've learned so much just by listening. Thank you. 4 months of support. I know you've been here longer. Kevin, got your message earlier. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Bona,
yes.
Do you recall a time that you loaned a phone to Ms. Swift?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what type phone it was?
It's like one of those older flip Voyager type phones.
Okay. Whose phone was that?
That was my son's, Billy Bona's.
Okay. And how old was your son at the time that he would have had that phone?
11 or 12.
Okay. And is there any reason that Mr. Swift would have to call your son?
No reason at all.
Was your son doing any kind of chores for him, or do you have any kind of relationship where he would need to call him?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Swift knew that Ms. Swift had that second phone?
Yes, he knew.
And how did he know?
Okay, well, Karen told me and he'd called it.
Okay.
He knew.
Okay, let me move on from that. Do you remember a time, it was August 4th of 2011, when you and Ms. Swift went to Walmart and you picked her up at the parking lot?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that incident and what took place?
We had come back into the parking lot, and I was taking her to her car, and David was there by her car.
Okay. And where had you been?
It was one of the days we either went running or went shopping in Jackson somewhere. We typically went to do day trips and stuff. It was during the day at some point.
Okay. And So you arrived back at the vehicle at the parking lot?
Yes.
What happened?
He was there, and
Talking about Mr. Swift?
yes, Mr. Swift was there, and he was very enraged.
Okay. What happened?
He yelled at her in the parking lot and like slammed his hand against the car window and was accusing her of things, that she was sneaking around and doing all kinds of things. You're sneaking around, you're lying, you're doing this, and was very angry that he had, found her car in Walmart and then she had gotten back to it and didn't know where she was.
Okay. Did he say anything to you?
He was mainly yelling at her, and she was trying to de-escalate the situation because, again, she didn't like me to be uncomfortable. So she was like, just go on, it's fine, So he didn't really say anything to me. He was just yelling at her.
Okay. How'd you feel after that incident?
That, again, creeped me out because I knew that he knew where her car was. So he had been watching her or stalking her.
Okay. Did you ever host parties in which David and Karen would attend?
We had one party.
And was that for your birthday?
Yes, that was my 40th birthday party.
Okay. What happened at that party?
We had a party at the country club, the Farms Country Club, had some music and dancing. We all kind of gathered there and celebrated. She helped host it for me and got a bunch of pictures together and helped us celebrate. So we kind of invited all the friends, and their husbands were also came for us to just kind of celebrate.
Okay. And did you continue the party after you left the farms?
Yes, we had some of the people from the party came over to our house and just to kind of keep hanging out.
Okay. And did some of you eventually get in the hot tub?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that evening?
I think so.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Swift was in the hot tub?
I don't remember if he was or not.
Do you know if Mrs. Swift was?
Miss
Karen Swift?
Karen was, yes, she was.
Okay. How were people dressed?
Some people had swimsuits, a couple people did not.
When you say they did not, did they have anything on?
No.
They were nude?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Birthday suit.
What about Miss Swift? Do you remember if she was?
She did not have a bathing suit. Correct.
Okay. Was there anything else that happened later in the night?
She had gotten out of the hot tub, and she was probably a little dizzy from being in the hot tub, and had gone into the front room of our house, which is a living room connected. All our rooms are connected, and had laid down on the couch in there.
Okay. Was this an area that was open that anyone could walk into?
Yes, it was. It's connected to the other dining room and the kitchen in the house.
It wasn't behind a locked door or anything? No,
that's the room with the giant window in the front of it as well, and the front door. So it was just lights on, big couch, and a family room.
Okay. Did she lay on that couch? Did she go to sleep?
Objection.
I don't
Leading.
think it's leading up.
Did she go to sleep?
That was leading.
She was resting.
She wasn't in the room. She said she went to another room. She didn't have personal knowledge.
The objection is sustained. You'll need to establish a basis for her knowledge.
Miss Bona, did you go inside the house?
Yes.
Did you see Miss Swift laying on the couch?
I did at some point, yes.
Okay. Did anyone else come in?
Yes.
Who else came in the house?
Several people came in that were in the house, in other rooms of the house.
Did any others come in while Karen was laying on the couch?
Yes, Bill came in when she was laying there, my husband, Bill.
Were you inside the house at that time?
I was.
Okay. And what happened when he came in?
He saw her.
She was not in the room when Bill came in.
You know, she just testified that the room was wide open and you could see every room from the living room.
I think the inquiry can be satisfied if she establishes that she actually observed the what you're asking her about. If she did, great, go on. If she didn't, then we got to move to another topic.
Okay, ma'am. Were you in this area where the couch was?
I was in the house. I did see him go in that room. So, like I said, there were people walking around.
Okay. Did anyone else come in?
Yes. Robin came into that room.
Okay.
With him.
Okay. Did anything happen afterwards?
No, I mean.
Your Honor, in the same objection. If she's not in the room when Robin walks in.
I'm not asking about Robin. I'm asking about the incident after that.
Okay, one at a time. I understand, but I believe the question was, did anything happen afterwards? So the objection be overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. I did not witness exactly what took place in those couple minutes in that room, but I did come in there at a later time, and she had the towel wrapped around her, and she was feeling lightheaded, and I think Bill had gotten David to come get her to take her home.
Okay. Were there any issues when David came into the house to get her?
No.
Okay. So Mr. Swift did not have a problem with the fact that she was in a towel and had been in the hot tub nude?
Oh, he was just like, let me get her home. I was just, at the situation, like, oops, let's take her home because, something she was.
Do you know if Mr. Swift knew that she was nude in the hot tub?
I mean, sure.
I'm asking if.
She hadn't talked to him about it, and I objected to it, and I asked him to be disregarded.
I'm asking if she was there present and knew, if Mr. Swift knew that she was in the hot tub.
Either before or after his day.
Okay, kind of a moving target. Let me see if I can hit the target here. The objection is whether or not you asked this witness whether or not Mr. Swift knew that his wife had been in the hot tub.
The witness knew. Mr. Swift knew.
If you can lay a foundation for that, then I'll permit her to answer. But I hadn't heard a foundation yet.
Where was Mr. Swift at the party?
He was around everybody else, including his wife.
Was he near the hot tub?
Yes. At some point, he was near the hot tub, inside, outside.
Was he near the hot tub when Miss Swift was in the hot tub?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Was there any doubt that she was nude in the hot tub? Did you see her?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone else who was out there see her?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's just vague and speculation. I believe so. I object to it, and I ask it to be disregarded.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Did Mr. Swift attend any other parties at your house after that?
No. Wasn't invited to any parties after that.
Okay.
Mr. Swift wasn't invited.
Was there another time that Karen was at your house and that Mr. Swift showed up?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that incident.
Okay. So we had gone out to dinner with some friends, and again, we came back home, and a couple people had gotten in the hot tub, and we were hanging out outside. I got tired and came inside. Bill was also inside. He was sitting in the recliner. I got tired and came inside and said, I'm tired, I'm going to go to bed. So I proceeded to go into the bedroom, put on my pajamas, and get under the covers and go to sleep.
Okay. What happened after that?
I heard some commotion downstairs, and evidently David had come through the back door.
I object because she wasn't downstairs, so she's speculating she wasn't downstairs.
Let's limit her testimony to what she observed then as opposed to what she assumed would have happened.
Did Miss Swift come upstairs when you were upstairs?
Yes, she did.
What did she do?
She was, again, feeling a little lightheaded, had a towel wrapped around her, and laid down on the other side of the bed in a towel wrapped around her on top of the covers.
Okay. You were under the covers?
I was.
And was she under the covers with you?
She was not.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm not going to ask you about what door Mr. Swift may have came in. Did Mr. Swift show up at your house?
Yes.
What was his demeanor when he showed up?
Well, when he came into the room that we were both in, he was, again, enraged.
Okay. And what did he do?
He accused her of lots of things, sleeping with me, being a whore, being drunk, lots of things, was very angry.
Okay. And did he do anything physically while he was there?
Not that I saw. The room was a little dark, so.
Okay. And did he just leave, or what happened?
Yeah, he left angry, and she was trying to deny that anything was going on. I'm just laying here, and then he left again angry quickly.
Okay. Did Karen stay there at your house? Did she go home?
She ended up leaving, yes.
Okay. All right. And did you have a conversation with Mr. Swift after that, in the days after that, about that incident?
I really did not want to speak with him after that because of we tried to cut ties considering the demeanor when he came in and was so angry. He did reach out once about the first incident and said this is what somebody said happened, and I said that's not what happened. It's not. It was just obvious that he was accusing her of things, and it was time to kind of cut ties.
Okay. Did you know that Ms. Swift was ready to file for divorce?
Yes.
Did she have the money to do that?
She did not.
Okay. Did she, tell me why. Tell me why she didn't have the money to file for divorce.
Because she didn't have a job, and David made all the money, so she was financially tied to him.
Okay. Do you know why she didn't work?
He didn't want her to work.
Okay.
No objection.
Was she
there.
totally dependent upon
Yes.
Mr. Swift financially?
Yes, she was.
Did you loan Ms. Swift some money?
We did. Bill and I both did.
Okay. And how much was it?
$2,000
Okay. What was the purpose of that loan?
for her to get an attorney to pursue a divorce.
Okay. And did she ever start to repay that loan?
She did.
Okay. Now, prior to Mr. Swift being served with the divorce, did Karen Swift go on a vacation with you and your husband?
Yeah, she did.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Well, we had a fall break vacation set up to go to Orange Beach, I believe it was. And we were going and another couple was going, and they ended up backing out kind of last minute. And we said, hey, you can come with us, because she was planning to serve papers.
Okay.
And she thought that would be a great time to do it and leave, because she didn't know how he was going to react.
Okay.
So she came there with the girls. Her and Ashley and Keeley both came with.
Okay. Did she tell Mr. Swift that she was going on that trip?
Your Honor, unless she had personal knowledge of what was told.
I'm not sure if she told him ahead of time.
Okay. Do you know if she talked to him after she got there?
I can't remember specifically.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to show you a photo.
If the bailiff could hold it up for us so we could see, this is our only chance. Oh, man. Cameraman spoiled it.
Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
When was that photo taken?
That was taken on that beach trip.
Okay. And who is that in the photo?
That's Karen and Keeley and Ashley.
Okay. Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony, please?
Any objection, Mr. Taylor? No, Your Honor. That'd be marked and admitted as number 16.
Oh, we got to see it. Look at that. These days, a good attorney costs $5,000 minimum. How much does it cost to not get a good attorney?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
Mr. Goodman just approached very briefly.
Got a sidebar request?
I still didn't get it. What do you need? You don't have a microphone. I'm having a hard time hearing you. Except when you object. I don't have any problem hearing you then.
I'm trying to be loud.
Okay.
Judge,
You need to approach?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Let's have a bench.
Might get loud here. Just 1 second. Bench. There we go. Quick little bench conference. Let's make sure that audio drops down here. There we go. Okay. Now we're ready. All right. I'm a little frustrated, as you guys are still. Well, somebody leaned against the camera knob. A little frustrated that all the evidence of state of mind for the victim is not being allowed. The camera just zooms in right. That's poor camera placement. Yeah, there we go. Let's turn that back up that direction. Switch to the other camera if you want to use it. Nope, down we go again. Here we go. Oh, so bench conference is over.
A community bonfire on Friday, October 28th of 2011.
Yes.
And I don't guess it was actually a community bonfire. Was it a bonfire at Karen Swift's home?
Yes, it was a bonfire at the Swift home.
Okay. And were there multiple people there?
There were, and children and parents, yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Swift there?
He was.
Whoa. Are you aware of the fact that Mr. Swift claimed to have re-injured his leg prior to that bonfire?
I am.
And did you observe Mr. Swift doing anything that would make you second guess that knee injury?
I did. He
what was that?
Was driving the four-wheeler around with the children and hopping on and off the four-wheeler all night, driving them around the land.
Was he using crutches to do that?
I don't remember seeing crutches.
Okay. Do you appear to be having any problems getting on and off the four-wheeler?
He did not.
Did he seem to have any problems doing anything with the children that night?
No.
On the night of October 29, 2011, did you attend a Halloween party?
Yes, we did.
Who went to that party with you?
It was Bill and I and Karen.
Did Mr. Swift go?
He did not.
Okay. Did Miss Swift come to your house prior to going to the Halloween party?
She did, to help us get ready, to help me get ready.
Okay. Do you recall if you or she drank any alcohol before you went to the Halloween party?
Yeah, we had a beer, I think.
Okay. And what time did you arrive at the party?
At the Halloween party?
Yes, ma'am.
Sometime after 8 or 9 o'clock.
Okay. And while at the party, were you around Miss Swift most of the night?
Some of the night, yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Miss Swift dancing with anyone at the party?
I noticed her dancing with everybody as a group.
Okay. Did you see her dancing with anyone individually?
Not that I could, no. Not that I can remember, just somebody specifically dancing. Like I said, we were dancing in groups of people.
Okay. Did you see her have a disagreement with anyone?
I did not.
Okay. If she had, do you think she would have told you that?
Probably, yes.
Did you see Miss Swift drink any alcohol while she was at the party?
I think she had one drink in her hand at one time, I saw.
Okay. After the party was over, or maybe it wasn't over yet, what time did you leave?
I think we left the party after midnight. Some point after midnight.
Okay. And where did you go?
We went to McDonald's because she wanted some French fries.
Okay. Did you get your French fries?
She got her French fries.
Okay. All right. That's important. After that, what did you do?
We went back to our house and we went into downstairs in the living room, and she was on the couch and we just kind of hung out and talked for a little bit.
Okay. Was she planning to spend the night?
She was planning on spending the night in our couch that night, yes.
Okay. Do you know if she had told Mr. Swift that?
I don't.
She's going to answer the question, Mr. Taylor, whether she knows or not.
That was my question. Does she have personal knowledge?
That he... I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Do you know whether Mr. Swift knew that she was going to spend the night there?
I don't know if he knew for sure that she was staying.
Okay. What happened after you got to the house and you were talking?
We were just talking, and she had said that I think her plan was to stay because she had said he had asked her to dinner that night, like as a last-ditch effort to kind of make...
Mr. Swift had asked...
Yes, Karen to go to dinner.
To go to dinner with him
that night that we were going to the Halloween party.
Okay.
And she had told him, no, we're done, there's no putting this back together. And she had planned on picking up Ashley from a friend's house that next morning. So she was planning on staying because she felt very uneasy about the whole, the last dinner, and she wanted to stay and felt safe staying at our house, and then proceed to go.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Mistrial?
She doesn't have any personal knowledge. I object for reasons we stated earlier.
This can be sustained.
Your Honor, I don't, maybe we approach.
Yeah.
Okay. She just went into an area where the judge told her not to go. That's why the objection comes in. Due to the prior ruling, I think the judge will sustain this one. Talking about, she borderline talked about her not feeling safe about the dinner. I mean, that's what I heard. And that was an area where the judge said, you're not supposed to talk about that. Now, this is in a timeliness the night before she went missing. The night she went missing, depending on how you view it. So from a timeless standpoint, I think it's very, very pertinent to the case. So we'll see if this gets past the judge here. They wouldn't know it was the last dinner till afterward. She had filed for divorce, so she knew it was ending. I think there's been some testimony that the defendant wanted to try to patch it, and let's give it one more effort to meet up. I seem to recall something like that. Okay, where is our... What's the timing on the Kohberger hearing? Is that in half an hour? 15 minutes? I think it's 45 minutes. Hope this lady just blurts things out because you can't unhear. She just did, basically, and that's where the objection came up. But, I mean, she didn't go too far into it. But I think the jury gets the feel already. You get a hot tub for the bed and breakfast so your guests could have fun in it. I could. But I don't like the liability of a hot tub. Virginia says, I knew she was going to say that. She only said she would try. Apparently, it's part of the story. She can't tell the story without telling that part. And good on her. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury? Yes, my name is Mistrial.
Next morning after the party.
She planned to pick up Ashley from a friend's house that next morning.
Okay. Did Miss Swift spend the night with you?
She did not.
Okay. Why not?
Because Ashley had called from the party and had a disagreement or something happened at the party, and she wanted to leave.
Okay. So did Karen leave to go get her?
She did. She left to go pick up Ashley from the party.
You know about what time that was?
Had to be after 1-ish.
Okay. All right. Did you hear from Miss Swift again after she left?
I did not.
Okay. Let's move on to the next morning. That would have been Sunday morning. What did you do?
Got up and sent several texts to her.
Did you get a reply?
I did not.
Okay. What else?
We went to church, and I think we got some lunch. But we came back to the house and got a phone call.
Okay. From who?
From David.
Okay. And what was that phone call about?
Have you seen Karen? I haven't seen her, and her car is on the side of the road with a flat tire.
And what did you say?
I said, you haven't seen her? You don't know where she is? It was just a shock of, how do you not know where she is? And have you called the police?
Okay. Had he?
He had not.
Was it unusual for Mr. Swift to not know where Miss Swift was?
No, he knew where she was all the time. This is very unusual for him to not know where she was.
Okay. Did you go to the area where the car was parked?
We did.
Who went?
Bill and I went at first.
Did you ride together or separately?
I think we rode separate.
Okay. How far was the car from Karen and David's house?
Not far at all. Maybe a quarter mile or less.
Okay.
Around the corner.
Was it close enough that Karen could have walked home?
Easily. Probably in 3 minutes, as good a shape as she was in.
Did you notice anything about the car?
It had a flat tire.
Okay. When you arrived at the car, was anyone there?
Not when we first arrived.
Mr. Swift was not there?
No.
Okay. Did anyone else arrive after you were there?
Mr. Rollins came in after us.
Okay.
And was there with us for a little bit.
Okay. Had Mr. Swift shown up yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Anyone else show up?
After that, another sheriff came.
Okay. Do you know who that was?
No.
Okay. What happened when the deputy got there?
Bill had left to go to Mason Hall to see if she was at the house that she had been cleaning to make money for.
Okay.
And so the sheriff, he came in, and I'm not sure if David showed up with him or he went back to get him, but, we were there and the car was locked, so he was trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. So did the deputy arrive before Mr. Swift?
I can't remember exactly the timeline of who came in there first.
Okay.
But he was, the car was locked. So we got there, and I don't think I was ever alone with David being there, so the sheriff would have been there.
Okay. The car was locked?
It was locked.
Okay. Was he able to get in the car?
No, the sheriff was not.
Okay. Did he eventually?
Yes.
How did he eventually get into the car?
Because David brought a set of keys.
Okay. And unlocked the door?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Deputy Alexander or the deputy that was there get inside the car?
Yeah, I remember opening the back door, looking around.
Did you see if he opened the driver's side door?
I don't remember specifically if he opened that door.
Okay. After Miss Swift was missing, did you do anything to try to help locate her?
Yes.
What did you do?
We got together with some friends from the Y. I think we drove out by the Mississippi River because there was a record of her phone pinging there. So we kind of went out to just do whatever we could. We felt helpless. I knew something had happened and we just needed to do something. Then we drove around kind of out where she lives and just kind of out and around.
Okay. Did you ever know Mr. Swift to do anything to try to locate Karen?
No.
She wasn't with Mrs. Smith. She doesn't have any knowledge of it.
I think the answer was she didn't have any knowledge about it.
He never came with us to any of the events that we went looking for her.
Okay.
She gets an extra jab.
Did you talk to Mr. Swift any after Karen went missing?
God, no. I tried to avoid him.
Okay.
The jury's getting a strong.
Did you go to the sheriff's department after that?
We did.
And did you voluntarily go?
Yes.
Were you asked anything about DNA samples or anything like that?
Yes.
Did you give those?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
After she went missing. It had to be in the week or two right after she was missing. It wasn't immediately, but it was within
a
week and a half.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bona. Your Honor, I'm going to pass the witness.
This can get ugly.
I made that assumption. I think what we'll do is go ahead and take our lunch break now, and then we'll pick up with cross-examination you can take that up directly after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break now. You remember, I know you know by now, the instructions. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't form or express an opinion about the case because you have not heard all of the evidence in the case, nor the court's instructions of law, and avoid conversations with anybody else about the case whatsoever. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. All right?
All right, as they go to lunch, we've got a couple things going on. Let's see if they have it. First, let's see if they have anything to talk about, or if the judge can leave too. Give them just a minute. Witness is enjoying this. I'm not sure if she's going to enjoy the next part. If she's really witty, which we've seen a little evidence of, she might get jabs in even on cross.
All right, we're going to start back at 1 o'clock sharp. Ma'am, during the intervening hour, you're free to do what you want to do. You may not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may not post anything on social media. You may not read or listen to any social media or any streaming of this trial during that time. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll be in recess.
Now, he didn't tell her that she can't talk to her husband, so hopefully she doesn't. But okay, couple things we need to talk about here during the break. Let's see, that one there. In the Chad Daybell case, the latest development. First of all, on our timer, we're up to almost 5 hours, give or take 20 minutes. My timer is about 20 minutes ahead of everybody else's. I think I'm accurate. Everyone else is wrong, but that's just me. About 5 hours of deliberation. The jury apparently has come in to talk to the judge, and the judge ordered it to be a closed meeting. All the observers were kicked out of the courtroom in the Chad Daybell case, and the jury came in to talk. I don't know what it means. We know it's not a verdict. We don't know if they have questions. We don't know what's happening. But for the judge to say it's a closed meeting, that's going to be very, very interesting. My theory was that it was lunch orders. Okay, that would be less. Let's see. I'm looking. Nate Eaton just posted literally this second. Everyone who's in the courtroom is now in the hallway. We have no idea what is happening inside the courtroom, but it remains closed to the public. That's Nate Eaton from over on Twitter, a reporter for East Idaho News, who's up there on scene. But so that's going on. Deliberations is continuing that trial. We also have a potential hearing for Bryan Kohberger today. I'm just looking at my notes. I show that it was supposed to start at 1:30. I think it's 1:30 my time. Did I say East Idaho News? Yeah, I got that one. I think I got it right. Did I say it was News Nation or East Idaho? He's East Idaho News, and he's been involved in the case. He was in Hawaii when the Daybells got arrested. Great insights from him on Twitter. So let's see, 10 minutes, says Tracy. 10 minutes for the Bryan Kohberger hearing. We might see if we can jump to that on lunch. Let's see. We'll keep camera 3 running there. All right. So let's check and see if we have a placeholder for Bryan Kohberger, which has been some spicy hearings. Let's see. Scheduled for 1 p.m. That's going to be Judge. Judge, Idaho channel. He has the hardest channel to find on YouTube for some reason. He deletes all his videos, which doesn't make it any easier. Judge, Idaho. He also doesn't put a placeholder up to hold his position. So find it on a different device and then get over there. All right, let me get this ready. Find the right keyboard. Okay, just pull it up already. Judge John Judge. That's his name. That's literally his name. There it is. Finally. Okay. Okay, we'll bring that in and record that one down here. All right. So we're trying to do everything today. So now we're going to have 3 little streams going. But BK is on Law and Crime. Law and Crime is going to get it from the same source I'm getting it from, which is straight from the judge. But if Law and Crime misses the intro, I want to get it. So we'll be focused on that to try to get it right when it happens. I like to get it straight from the source, and that's what the judge allows, and that's what I'm going to do. I've bookmarked it, but Miku's headphones, I have to bring it in the way this recorder. This is a HyperDeck. The way the HyperDeck is configured, it's recording the feed through my Apple TV, and it's difficult to find a channel without videos on Apple TV because it suggests if you search for somebody, it shows their videos. So you have to find Judge John Judge's account, Idaho account is how you have to search for it to come up. All right. His bookmarked. I'm favorited. I've rung the bell for his channel. As soon as it goes live, I should be notified, but I just don't want to miss a second. So Kohberger hearing at 1. That's a continuation of a motion to compel. I believe this one might get closed to the public. It might get a little spicy as far as details that they do not want out in public that were outside what was in the affidavit. Amber's sending me stuff. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Just one second. Oh, Tyrone Tucker. Okay. What's the schedule on Tyrone Tucker? I know he had a hearing recently. Do we have a new date, a new court date for that one? For the Treehouse murder trial? If Kohberger starts, we're going to take that live during lunch. Oop, there's Amber with an answer, probably. Hello, Amber. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? I got to make this quick.
I'll do it.
So I'm in the other room, but I hear my stream, and I heard my name, and you were looking at what I'm sending you. So, the next hearing is on the 17th of June. They also have the 28th of June on there after that, but that may be moved depending on what happens on the 17th. What I'm sending you right now is the stuff that hadn't posted when I had sent you
the last set of documents.
The state's motion for emergency motion, or state's emergency motion to protective order. So I'm sending that to you now if you would want to go through it at your leisure.
Yeah, I will look at that. We're due to get an update on him, on his trial. For those that aren't aware, he was up in, was it Oregon, Washington? And
Oregon.
Was about to fly down to Florida, and he was arrested up there, taken into custody, and then transferred at the state's cost of $8,000 to $9,000. That was the transfer cost to transfer him down back to Florida, where he's back in custody. So they did arrest him there, and he's still in custody now. So that makes it a little difficult for a pro se defendant to coordinate your own defense while you're in jail. It's a huge disadvantage for him, and he's very frustrated with the fact that he was literally flying back to Florida when they arrested him, and he was going on his own. But we'll get up to date on that when we get a minute. Obviously, probably during the Karen Reed break, as we also follow this other one.
Yep, and I'm getting ready to send you the last thing. Whoops, wrong chat. The court minutes from the 28th hearing, because he did have a hearing 2 days ago.
Awesome. I think I might have some of the preliminary stuff from that, but please send that to me. That would be great. Oh, just got one. Thank you. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Randall from Idaho says, who? Thanks, Amber. I'll let you go. I know you just got a moment. I appreciate your help.
Okay, goodbye. No problem.
Amber's one of our great mods, Document Hound. The one we're talking about a lot of cases today. Obviously, we're in a break right now out of Tennessee with this David Swift trial. We also have Chad Daybell up in Idaho, where jury's out deliberating right now on his case. Bryan Kohberger, also in Idaho. He was the Idaho 4 accused murderer. We're about to have a hearing start right now, which I'm waiting for. We'll be taking that live as soon as it starts. And the one we were just talking about on the phone with Amber is Tyrone Tucker, who was the defendant in the Treehouse murder trial down in Key West, Florida. Pro se defended himself and got a hung jury. So it's Daybell just went live. We've got a feed from the courtroom right now. Let me pull that one up here while we're waiting.
KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's called this hearing due to a jury question the court received. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and I've discussed that with counsel. The court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case, Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586, that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address a question such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return, and the court has now drafted an additional instruction, which is jury instruction number 42. And that is an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
And Kohberger just went live as well.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Okay. We're going to...
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42 and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction.
Okay, so we're going to jump right now to the Bryan Kohberger case. Bryan just barely came into the courtroom. This is live, also out of Idaho, where what we were just in was Chad Daybell's trial. That sounds like the jury found a mistake in the paperwork, missing instruction.
All rise.
It's being handled, but now we start with Bryan Kohberger. And here's Judge John Judge just taking his seat now.
Okay, so let's get on the record, please. Thank you. We are now on the record. This is State versus Bryan Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is present in the courtroom. He's represented by Ms. Taylor, also Ms. Masseth, and also Mr. Logston. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen? No. Okay. Is also subbing in for Ms. Beatty. Do I have that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right. We have motions to compel discovery for the 5th. There have been some supplements in more recently. I think I got a couple on May 28th, I believe. So we need to sort that out. That's going to be in the morning, and that is open, obviously. And afternoon, starting at 1:30, we're going to address genetic genealogy. I think that's the plan. Okay, so starting with you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. After last week, we had one witness testify, and I have 2 additional witnesses this morning, and then there will be witnesses this afternoon in the closed session as well.
Okay.
And I'd be prepared to call my next witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Call Brett Payne.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Please come forward. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do. All right, thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And then when you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
Name is Brett Payne, last spelled P-A-Y-N-E.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Will you tell us your occupation?
I am currently employed by the Moscow Police Department as the detective corporal.
What experience do you have prior to Moscow Police Department?
I was served in the military for 6 years. 3 of those were as a commissioned officer in the military police corps.
How long have you been with Moscow Police Department?
6 years.
We're here to talk about the case of the state of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. Have you worked on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your role in that case?
I was assigned as the case agent for Moscow PD for that investigation.
Does case agent mean you're the person in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
If I called you the lead detective, would that be a term that means the same thing as person in charge and case agent?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. What were your general responsibilities as the lead detective in the case?
So when I became case agent, I was assigned to work the command post that was established at the Moscow Police Department, along with my partners in Iowa State Police and the FBI. We managed the command post and directed the general direction of local investigation.
Would that mean you would be a person to write warrants and affidavits in support of warrants?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct or direct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you search for a suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the go-to person and the person in charge for evidence that would be brought into Moscow Police Department to support your case?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Who's in charge?
That would have been our evidence custodian.
As the lead detective, were you aware of the evidence that would be under the control of the evidence custodian?
Not entirely. I was made aware of basically the most pertinent evidence that was coming in, but I was not aware of every single piece of evidence that was brought into those.
March of next year is the
During the course
date.
of, I guess, the investigation from November 13th forward, was there videos that were collected, like a video canvas done of the community?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Is that something you were involved in?
No, ma'am, I was not involved in the direct collection of those videos.
Who is responsible for the video collection and knowing what videos exist?
So the way that worked was individual investigators who went out in the community and collected those videos, brought them back to the police department and provided them to our digital forensics office. And then they were later booked in through that channel.
So the digital forensics office would be the responsible entity to receive these pieces of video surveillance. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. I would say it was a dropping off point for those pieces. Yes.
And who is that person?
That was a joint effort between Detective Mallory and several people within the FBI.
Which people within the FBI?
I do not remember.
Detective Payne, I'm asking because last week, Detective Mallory told us that he wasn't in charge of these videos, and I need to know where they are. Do you have any idea who the FBI agents are that were also in charge of this?
I think we could certainly find that out for you, yes, ma'am. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, I'm going to need to do that.
We can wait.
Let's talk a little bit about what surveillance is out there. These were cameras from different businesses, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, as well as some private residences.
Let's focus on the businesses for just a minute. Those would be collected at main points in Moscow where you might find person of interest. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. We canvassed pretty much the entire city of Moscow looking for places that were willing to or could provide us video.
And was it also important to think about if somebody were to come into or leave Moscow, the kind of video cameras you might find on those areas?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
And that would be the east-west road between Moscow and Pullman, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, referring to SR 270/Pullman Road. They wanted that to refer to.
I know that as the Moscow-Pullman Highway. Yep. I think that's the same thing, or Highway 8.
Works for me.
And that goes from Pullman out towards Troy in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also important in that video collection would be the north-south Highway 95, the north end of Moscow and the south part of Moscow. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you collected business videos or had that done, but who I'd need to talk to about this would be Detective Mallory or an unnamed FBI agent. Do I understand that?
The agents who were the officers, investigators who collected that specific video would have written reports, to the best of my knowledge, stating such that they collected video from X, Y, and Z. That would be the best person to speak to about that particular video.
But if they collected it and gave it to Moscow Police Department or the digital evidence people, isn't it your department that I'd be looking at and say, where is this now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm going to talk about some of those specific ones, but you brought up residential cameras in that canvas as well. Are you talking about things like Ring cameras?
Yes, ma'am. Ring cameras and other sorts of private security systems that people may have had.
Ring cameras have a way of sending out a notice to Ring camera owners to check their data. Is that right?
I believe so.
Was that done in this case?
I do not remember if that was done or not.
Are you familiar with some of the Ring cameras or home surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
In particular, I think your affidavit talked about one on Indian Hills Road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How did that camera come to your attention?
I believe Detective Vargas works for MPD. She contacted the residents at that, the person who lived at that residence, and they provided that camera footage to Detective Vargas.
Do you know why she contacted them?
I believe it was part of just the video canvas, best of my knowledge.
Now, I want to talk about some of the specific businesses, and you mentioned that I'd be looking at a police report to tell me if it existed or not. As the case manager or the detective, are you familiar with the reports from other officers that may have talked about turning in videos?
Some of them, certainly not all of them.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that he be handed two defendants' exhibits. They are RR and SS.
No, thank you.
One of the videos I want to talk about comes from the Red Star Coffee Company. Do you know where that business is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
That's on Pullman Road and right next to the Steamer Station.
So the Pullman Road that's also known as Moscow Pullman Road, that within the city of Moscow?
Correct.
Okay. And if you look at exhibit RR, and if I can draw your attention to on page 2 to paragraph 9 and page 3, paragraph 9 continues over there.
Let him get reading through this report. This is a pretrial motion. The defense is trying to compel the state to turn over evidence that they say the state has not turned over yet. And so they're getting at this video, specifically the Red Star Coffee Company security camera
Based
footage.
on your review of that, am I correct in believing that the Red Star surveillance video was collected and given to Moscow Police Department?
It reads that way, yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
I do not know.
Who do I ask where it is?
That would be through the evidence custodian and MPD. That'd be my best direction for you.
So I need to go to the evidence custodian and ask him to bring all of the videos out so I can watch them all to see if that one exists.
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours of videotape do you think have been collected?
A lot.
Thousands?
Yes, easily.
Detective Payne, I want to look at defendant's exhibit SS now. Don't put RR away. I think we might go back there in just a minute. But SS, if I can draw your attention to paragraph 1.
Okay, so as he's reading this, this is not necessarily exculpatory evidence on these videos.
Would I be correct
errors
in believing that I should be able to have a videotape from a place called Monday's Machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's Monday's Machine?
I don't know where Monday's Machine is, ma'am. It does not sound familiar to me.
Can you see the address that's also listed in paragraph 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help you know where Monday's Machine might be?
It'd be south of Moscow city limits, if memory serves, but that's the best I can recall.
You don't know where this particular numbered address on South Main might be?
No, ma'am.
Well, let's go back to, let me ask you this. Who do I ask where that video is?
Restate what I did before is go through the evidence custodian at Moscow PD.
Let's go back to RR for a minute. And if you can turn with me to page 4. I'll draw your attention to paragraph number 21, particularly subparts B, C, D, and G. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And there, we're talking about 4 different businesses all within the city of Moscow. Is that right?
That is correct.
And those are on Main Street in Moscow. Is that also right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if I read the first sentence in that paragraph, am I correct in believing that Moscow Police Department should be in possession of all of those videos?
It reads that way, yes, ma'am.
Where are they?
I would have to direct you to the video that have been turned into the evidence lab at Moscow PD.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit. I'm going to move from videos now, and I want to talk a little bit about affidavits and search warrants that you wrote.
Can I ask a question? You're not asking to admit these exhibits?
Your Honor, I haven't.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I haven't. The court has those in a pre-filing to put the court and counsel on notice of things we talk about. I'm not going to ask that these be admitted this way. Detective Payne didn't write them, but he's familiar with the content. So I think I have your questions answered. Thank you.
So we can't
talk about affidavits and search warrants for a minute. Did you author affidavits in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use affidavits you authored in support of search warrants to obtain information that you wanted to take a look at?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you author the affidavit that was used for the arrest warrant for Bryan Kohberger?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you rely on when you wrote these affidavits?
Be more specific.
Yes, let's focus on the affidavit for the AT&T records. There were 2 search warrants on December 23rd, 2022. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about those search warrants and the affidavit. First, the affidavit. What did you rely on in the affidavit you wrote for the first AT&T search warrant on December 23rd, 2022?
It was a conglomerate of interviews, data received from cell phones, my observations of some surveillance footage that was taking place, various other things. Go down the line. If you could be more specific on specific parts, I'd be happy to tell you what I'd like.
Okay. There was a part of the affidavit where you talked about WSU officers identifying white Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a part of the affidavit where you talked about 2011 to 2013 Elantras, and then it expanded to 2016 to include the year of 2016 Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know first is what you relied on to expand that search from 2013 to include 14, 15, and 16.
That information was provided to FBI Special Agent Imel. He's a vehicle identification specialist. He used snapshots from the previously mentioned surveillance videos, and that was his determination on the types of vehicles we should be looking for, rather the year range we should look for. It would be in his report, we'd be more specific, but that was what I based the affidavit off of, that portion of it.
I understand as far as when we get to 2013, but when we go beyond that, what did you rely on to get beyond that?
It would have been his input as an expert in vehicle identification. That's what
okay. Part of your affidavit talks about WSU officers finding white Elantras. And I believe there was an officer that you had some communication with. Do you recall the date you had that communication?
I do not recall the date.
No. Did you have some messaging system exchange with this officer to talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only means of communication you had with this officer?
No, ma'am. I believe I spoke to him on the telephone as well.
When you spoke to him on the telephone, how did that relate to the date of the messaging?
It would have likely been, if memory serves, it would likely been that same day.
Okay. Does December 20th, 2022 sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this conversation with this officer from Washington, it related backwards to when he noticed an Elantra. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But when he noticed it, you didn't know about that yet. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know about him or talk to him until December 20th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your affidavits, did you rely on cell phone information and cell phone location information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with cell phone records yourself?
No, ma'am.
Did you see cell phone records yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When was the first time you saw cell phone records that were attributed to Bryan Kohberger?
I do not remember what date that was.
Well, maybe you can give me an estimate. We know on the 20th, you're talking to WSU about an observation from a month before. And we know on December 23rd, you're asking for AT&T warrants for information. Can you narrow it down?
Yes.
Sorry, Judge.
That's a yes. You can, I just want to get the record. Yes?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
So between those 2 days, does that help you identify the first time you saw cell phone records related to Bryan Kohberger?
Memory serves, the first time I saw any cell phone records related to Bryan Kohberger was after we received the return from the first search warrant.
Just to be sure I'm tracking with you, when you say the return from the first search warrant, we're talking about the first AT&T warrant.
Yes,
Is that right?
That's correct.
And in that warrant, you were seeking 48 hours worth of records. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if I call those the 48-hour records, we'll both be on the same page?
Yep.
All right. You wrote your second AT&T warrant for a much longer period of phone records that same day, December 23rd, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
How far ahead of that warrant did you see the records?
It would have been upon the receipt of the 48-hour records that came in from AT&T. Immediately after receiving those, I began writing that second section of the second AT&T warrant for the longer period. If that makes sense.
It does. So you get these records and you take a look at them and you start writing your warrant. Is that right?
The records were provided to FBI Special Agent Balance, who began deciphering them. I'm not an expert in cell phone records.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you.
So, no, ma'am, I'm not. So, he was the one who was conveying that information to me so I could understand what it was.
So do you get the records and then get them to him somehow?
Yes, ma'am.
The records do they go directly to Balance?
I do not recall what the distribution was on the return itself. I do not recall that.
Are you and Balance exchanging emails about these records?
No, ma'am. Not that I remember.
How did you get them to them?
We were co-located. At the time, Detective Balance was at the Moscow Police Department about 30 feet down the hallway.
Are the two of you exchanging text messaging during this time?
I do not remember if you texted during that time.
I may have a record that would refresh your memory. I'm certainly not seeking to have these admitted, but I'd like to hand him some records to see if we can refresh his memory.
She's digging for
Do you recognize what's been placed in front
potential
of you?
evidence that's missing.
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Does reading the content of some December 23rd messages refresh your recollection about participating in text messages with Nicholas Balance?
It really does not, ma'am.
Will you look at, there's 3 separate stapled documents. Will you move that one and go to the next one?
Still on December 23rd?
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember that exchange, the one at the top of this second.
Is that the one that starts with you identifying yourself?
No, ma'am, it starts with the message says, group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Seems vaguely familiar.
Okay. So just so I'm clear then, Nick Balance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
If memory serves, that's correct.
Okay. You told me that you're not the guy who understands how to interpret these records. Do you know anything about cell phone towers?
Very little, ma'am.
Okay. So when you wrote the second AT&T warrant, you have possession of Bryan Kohberger's call detail records or AT&T records, but you don't know what they mean, so you're relying on somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
Who all did you rely on?
Mainly it was Special Agent Balance. He was my main point of contact for understanding what was going on.
Okay. In fact, in your affidavit for the second AT&T report, there's a couple of maps in there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of them has some video camera information. That's the first map. Where did that come from?
I do not recall. If you have a copy of it, I can refresh my memory and tell you.
I bet I do. I have what we've marked defendants B.
I don't think he's hiding anything. Lead investigator has a lot of stuff that goes across his desk. I think what's happened here is Ann Taylor has found a couple flaws in the reports, either discrepancies or missing videos, which can happen. It doesn't necessarily mean it's like something.
Are you referring to there's 2 maps, the WSU focused map you're referring to? It's completely washed out on this copy. I can't even see what it is.
It's hard to see, isn't it?
Starts in half an hour.
What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras of WSU. Where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilley with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. And that's what I relied upon to create that map.
So you created that map how?
Through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am. Memory serves.
You saved your work on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Paul. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that map?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery, and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that it starts there and then back to Pullman.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you?
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy past draft report or is it a different draft report?
It would have to be the draft cast report. That's the only cast report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
So on December 23rd, are you saying you looked at this past draft report to make that map that went into your affidavit to get the second set of records?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that was given to us in July of last year?
I don't know when you got it.
How many versions of that cast draft report have you seen?
I've only seen that one, ma'am. That's the only one I'm aware of.
All right. And from the FBI, we have Agent Balance and Agent Hilley at Moscow Police Department with you. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this work is done with verbal communication. Is that right?
The majority of it, yes, ma'am.
And Nick Balance's cast draft report.
Correct.
and I think Special Agent Imel's vehicle identification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about what you were seeking to get in this. Well, let me ask this before I leave the second search warrant. Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search warrant to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as the victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I'd have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
Of those things, are you relying on other people's work to put that all together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm ready to talk about the things that same day as the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you ask for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance report?
I do not recall when I first saw them.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all of that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for them?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay. You wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write this search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI Agent Balance and Detective Mowry were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
It's a fishing expedition. She's not really catching anything here. Just more questions. She's asking questions. She says, who are those people? She doesn't know the answer.
During the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Bryan Kohberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves?
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but and specifics though.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Your Honor, if I can have just a minute?
Sure. Thank you.
She thinks those are missing. Do we have those? Yeah, turn off the mic. Kiki D, thank you for gifting a membership. Appreciate that. When it rains, it pours. There's news in fresh today about Becky Hill and a whole bunch of charges she's facing from an ethics
now, but I think
commission.
you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Well, hold on. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'll.
Yes. Okay. I thought you were just stepping off. So
It's one of these great days. So much going on. We've still got about 20 minutes before we come back with the trial in Tennessee. Hopefully we'll be able to take that live. we'll see where this one leads us on the Bryan Kohberger trial. I'm not even sure if the state needs to respond. I think they will.
Yes, thank you.
Good.
Morning, sir.
Good work.
Your knowledge, has all the evidence in Moscow Police Department's possession been turned over to the state for us to discover?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you facilitated the defense visiting MPD to review the physical evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many times have you done that?
I had to guess, I'd say 6.
Now, let's talk specifically about this video surveillance. Explain to me the process for collecting video surveillance.
So in this investigation, the way that played out was we directed the investigators to go into the community and collect any available surveillance footage there was. Once they had done that, they were tasked with bringing it back to Moscow Police Department, placing it in the digital forensics lab, and then writing a supplemental report on where they collected that information. That was the process.
Do you know how many agencies helped in this video canvassing?
Certainly the FBI and the Idaho State Police. I'm not sure if any other agencies helped. I don't know.
Do you know approximately how many agents were out collecting video?
Easily over a dozen. I don't know the specific number, but
Isn't it true that investigators collected video surveillance from approximately 79 businesses
yes, ma'am.
and approximately 10 residences? So let's talk about the areas that Ms. Taylor mentioned. Isn't it true that there's other surveillance video capturing the Moscow-Pullman highway, specifically on the way to Pullman?
Yes, ma'am. There is.
Isn't it true we've turned over video for banks
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that highway? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance for stores on that highway?
Yes.
Isn't it true we've turned over video for gas stations?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the Troy highway towards Troy. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for fast food restaurants,
Yes.
gas stations?
Yes.
And now US 95 towards Coeur d'Alene. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for hardware stores,
Yes.
gas stations?
Yes.
Now, what about US 95 towards Lewiston? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for gas stations,
Yes.
as well as apartments?
Yes.
She's trying to minimize the missing footage.
Now let's move to your PC affidavit. Can you explain to me what did the investigation look like during the time that you were writing that affidavit?
So as I said, the command center was established at the Moscow Police Department. The command center consisted of myself and numerous partners from the FBI and the Idaho State Police. We were all co-located there at Moscow PD. We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth. The majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would just come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself and my partners in the command post, got the clearest view of what the investigators on the ground were actually retrieving and learning as this went on. As they relay that to me, I input that into the affidavit.
And is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Objection relating.
Cross-examination.
She's on cross.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now from May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. Don't know.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in 2 separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
All right. Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
I want to talk a little bit more about the video and what's been turned over and what hasn't been turned over to us. And I want to focus a little bit on South US 95. Do you recall that south of Moscow on US 95 is the path that you put in your search warrant and affidavit alleging that Bryan Kohberger left Moscow going south on US 95?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you aware that one of the videos that you gave us, the coffee shop there on South 95, that leaving Moscow, you have to pass that covers 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
I do not recall the time frame for that.
And so the time frame in these videos would matter, right?
Certainly.
The time frame in the videos to be meaningful would need to cover a time that surrounds the allegations against Mr. Kohberger. Is that fair to say?
You could say that, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Wasankari Construction had a video, and that also has a very limited time frame, like 5 a.m., just 1 hour of video also?
Sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
And that's also south on Highway 95. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the one we talked about today, Monday's machine that nobody could find, that clearly was given to Moscow Police Department, that's also south on 95.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that you had a lot of help on canvassing and collecting things. There was a lot to do. But as the lead agent and the lead department, is there some kind of inventory of these videos, like a general inventory that would help me know what you have and why you don't have the relevant time frames?
The inventory that would be most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
And I did come see the evidence. That's fair. I did come see the evidence. We didn't watch videos together, though, did we?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree that that evidence is on thumb drives with stickies on papers that tell us different things, but not like an inventory of what's on each thumb drive?
I am not aware of an inventory of each individual thumb drive.
Okay. So for us to do that together would take some days to inventory it all together. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my best way to try to find this Monday's machine.
Sure.
And Wasankari Construction.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you what I'm
Okay,
dealing with
thanks.
right here.
All right. Ms. Taylor, anything to follow up on that? Ms. Jennings?
Just one second.
We've got Bryan Kohberger in the top corner. In the right, we've got Daybell on the top. On the bottom left, we have the trial from Tennessee. And in the bottom right, we have the Daybell jury counter. So we're trying to keep tabs on all of these things as they go on. Love it.
Thank you.
Love it.
I just want to clarify what's in your probable cause affidavit. Does your probable cause affidavit state that Kohberger or a white Elantra went on US 95 south of Moscow?
No, it's not.
Okay. What does it state?
Memory serves states that the next time, well, it states that a vehicle was seen leaving the area of the crime scene, McKean Road, leaving via Walenta Drive, which heads south from that area, and then terminates on Conestoga and Blues River Drive. That's what the probable cause affidavit states.
And to your knowledge, are there other paths of travel south of Moscow besides US 95?
Yes.
And what's that other route?
I believe the one that was referenced in the affidavit goes from Blues River Drive, which turns into Sand Road at the state line, not the Idaho-Washington state line. That road continues westbound until south of Pullman and eventually leads north into Pullman at Bishop Boulevard, if memory serves.
And does that path of travel go by Watson Carry Construction?
I do not believe it does.
Did you attempt to obtain surveillance on that path of travel that doesn't go through 95?
Yes, we did.
And were you successful?
I don't believe we were.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Are you testifying that Mr. Kohberger did not use Highway 95 south of Moscow on November 13th?
I'm testifying that there are various routes that a person could take south of Moscow to include Highway 95. There are also several others.
Which one does your map depict?
I believe the map starts well south of Moscow, more towards Genesee, and there is the line that starts there. However, I would direct you to the paragraph at the beginning of the map that says this is a possible route to travel between the two locations.
So you're just not sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would include other possible routes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many video surveillance attempts did you make to get video from businesses or homes on all of those routes?
I do not recall, but it continued for some time, attempting to find additional video footage.
What did you find?
Nothing to my recollection.
Not one video depicting the car.
To my memory, no.
Good enough, thanks.
All right.
Fishing expedition. It's coming up empty-handed for the most part.
Great. In this Detective Payne be excused at this point?
He can be, thank you.
Okay, any objections? All right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here.
Let's see if they make some
You
argument after
can,
the witness
you're
is
free
gone.
to stay or leave.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we call Syray.
Okay, thank you.
The defense is trying to make it look like the prosecution should have.
Thanks, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury?
I do. Right.
They should have turned over information, specifically
and, have a seat
videos.
there, and then please state your name and spell your last.
That it's possible a couple of videos got lost or deleted or copied over or are sitting somewhere on somebody's desk or under the desk.
Ray, R-A-Y. Thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you tell us what you do?
I have a handful of different jobs, but primarily for my role here, I do a lot of consulting, analysis, and evaluating geolocation data as it pertains to mobile devices.
Let's talk about how you got to that place where you, by consultation on devices and geolocation.
Okay.
What background led you to this job?
I started with a law enforcement background. I started my law enforcement career in 1995 in Arizona. Started working with the first set of cell phone records in that capacity in 97, late 1997. There wasn't a lot of training. Obviously, cell phone technology and the use of that in criminal investigations was very new and novel at that time. So most of my early training came directly from the carriers. If I was working a case with Verizon or AT&T, I would work directly with Verizon or AT&T engineers to understand the records, what they meant, how to map them, how to interpret it. In 2000, I started a very small police department in Arizona. In 2000, I transferred to a much larger police department in the Phoenix area. When I made that transition, I took more of an investigative role. I was previously a patrol officer. That investigative role, I started with a DEA task force where I worked with drug narcotic interdictions, and the primary role there was working with cell phone records. So I had some more training experience in that capacity. In 2001, late 2001, I left that position and I went into a full-time investigations position. I started with sex crimes and child crimes. Again, using cell phone records and attending what training was available. Again, most of that is from the carriers directly. About 2004, I moved out of sex crimes and child crimes into persons crimes or violent crimes. So any type of a dangerous or violent crime against a person. Continuing to work with cell phone records and attending what training I could. In 2008, I was promoted to sergeant, and I was immediately put into a homicide robbery sergeant's position, where I stayed until 2010. Around 2004, I started doing a lot of work with cell site simulators, and that is a piece of equipment that allows you to physically go out in the field and find a mobile device. In a very brief summary, it's the ability to create a fake cell tower that is mobile. It's in a vehicle. And if I can analyze your phone records and determine a rough area that you're at, I can put this mobile platform in that area. Your phone will register to it, and I can physically track the phones. It's in the courtroom, it's in a bedroom, wherever it may be. In 2007, our agency purchased that equipment. So prior to that, I was working with other agencies looking for devices using it. 2007, we purchased our own equipment. That purchase also prompted more training. There was a company, it's owned by Boeing. They came in and I had 80 hours at that point specific to cellular network engineering, how to go out and actually conduct these surveys to understand how a particular cell phone network works in a particular area, how to replicate, how to create a cell site that looks legitimate in that area.
We're going to jump back to the Swift
I
Trail
worked
as
with
soon
that
as it
company
comes
for a
back.
number of years in doing that.
I'll post the full
Hundreds of hours
Bryan Kohberger
worth
stuff over on
back
Top
and
Mark.
forth working, actually going out in the field and doing this. In 2010, I had an opportunity to go to Afghanistan as an advisor in charge of an undercover Afghan police team that targeted IED cells. And again, we would look at different types of technology that we could leverage in doing that. I came back in late 2010, early 2011, and went back to the police department. In 2012, our department created a position that this was a full-time position. Now that's all I did was track phones pretty much every day, using cell site simulators, using phone records, whatever technology we could leverage. Because of the lack of training that was available when I was a younger officer, in 2007, I started a training company. At the time it was called Phoenix Training. And I created a training company to provide law enforcement training, specifically as it relates to cell phone records. I've been providing that training from 2007 up to, we're about 2013 now. I was really frustrated
with
the lack of software and training available to law enforcement. It's very complex and clunky, for lack of a better term. So I began researching and teaching myself how to do some basic computer programming, and I wrote a program that I could take phone records from any carrier in the United States, and I could put it in this program, and it would immediately map hundreds, if not thousands, of connections. It was pretty unique at the time. There just wasn't a lot of options out there that was doing the geolocation. There was a lot of analytics to who's calling who and how often they call that person. But specifically to put it on a map for detailed geolocation data, there was a big gap in the market. It worked. It worked really, really well. And at the time, because we were tracking phones in the field, it gave me this very unique opportunity where I could use a search warrant, get phone records, analyze the phone records, come up with a hypothesis that this phone is most likely Thursday at 2 a.m. going to be in this neighborhood, and then physically go to that location to recover the phone. And then I could evaluate, was I right? Was I wrong? Do I need to tweak something? Mid-2013, Our agency was assisting a lot of other agencies because we had, for lack of a better term, we had progressed significantly on our ability to find phones. I had a lot of agencies asking me for a copy of my mapping program, and I was just about at 20 years at that point. I realized maybe it's time to go do something else. So in May of 2014, I retired from the police department and I started a company called ZETX, ZETX. And we offered a couple of things. So we had the mapping program that I just described. Obviously, when I'm running it on my laptop, it can be a little clunky. It doesn't have to be perfect. When we started business, we actually hired computer engineers to come in and take what I had written and scale it to a national platform. So we offered the mapping services, which was both real-time and historical. We took that original training class that I had built and we scaled it out. So we had a basic 40-hour that would just give you the nuts and bolts of how to look at phone records, what they need, what type of records to obtain.
Splunk is big
we
data.
We also started a
analysis
subject
of
matter
logs.
expert course. It was one of the first courses in the country where law enforcement could actually come in and become certified as subject matter experts in this field. Did some training courses as well that we created on drive testing, so the ability to go out and scan and monitor cellular networks. Because of those two features, my job duties changed dramatically, where I found myself consulting with law enforcement daily, sometimes multiple times in a day, on cases very similar to this case, where I would have a law enforcement agency that's using our product or has attended our training that would call me for some type of review or analysis. And I've lost count. It's thousands and thousands of cases. To put that in perspective for some just general numbers,
okay,
I sold this.
We're going to come back to the other trial.
So we're time around 2021, 2022.
We're going to mute Bryan Kohberger. I'm going to still record it. If you want to follow this, I'll post the full video up on Top Market Media just as a video file. But for now, we're going back to the trial here in Tennessee, where the judge just returned to the bench after lunch is over. So here we go. All right, let's bring in our overlays and everything. That's not it. That's it. Was it this one? I need to find where I put the counter. I hit it. I put it somewhere safe so I wouldn't forget. One. I think this is it. Let me just change the sources. Six. Waiting for audio to come back. Maybe the cameraman's still at lunch. There we go. Welcome back, Judge.
When the jury comes in, I will remind you in front of them that you're still under oath. Okay, that's this time.
Okay, remember, we're going to start with spiciness right here.
Okay. Okay. Good. Ready for jury? Let's go.
Stand up then.
Tower Hill Girl, we were watching that this morning when Judge Cedric pulled that off the internet. But we did show it this morning. We are returning to the cross-examination of Mrs. Bona, who was the wife of the hot tub party king, or not, depending on who you believe. But it's going to be a little bit spicy. You know, apparently all our trials have spice. There's no just plain murders happening anymore. gets too
All right,
hot.
let's be seated.
The courtroom's actually cold. Look at everyone putting their jackets on in
All
there.
right, how was lunch?
It's chilly. It was good, Judge. Thank you. I didn't
Everybody
get one.
feeling good this afternoon? Let me look at everybody. Okay. If anybody nods off, I'm probably going to drop a book or something to kind of get you going again. Okay. Ms. Bona, ma'am, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, you ready?
I am. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Bona, let me ask you a few questions.
Okay.
The police interviewed you shortly after Karen went missing.
Yes.
You were interviewed on November the 2nd of 2011.
I'm not sure if that was the date. It seems like later than that, but
Can I pass something to the witness? Ms. Bona, let me pass you that and ask you to look at it and just sort of, you don't have to read it all,
Okay.
but refresh your memory.
That's a thick little booklet there.
okay.
All right. Does that refresh your memory about the date?
Yes, I know we came in there at one time shortly, and then came there after for more intensive interviews.
But when you were interviewed on November the 2nd of 2011, the police started the interview by informing you of your Miranda rights, didn't they?
Well, I don't remember being read or Miranda rights, and we weren't under arrest, so.
Now, can I ask you to look at page 3 of the transcript to refresh your memory? Jurors, can you hear me? If not, let me know, please.
Jurors, can you hear me? Let's let the judge talk to the jurors. This is Kathy Bona, friends of the victim.
So were you refreshed? Were you read your Miranda rights and told about your right to have an attorney?
Yes, it appears I was.
And also that any statement you made could it possibly incriminate you?
Yes.
And you agreed to talk to them?
Yes, we did.
And they started the interview by asking you general questions about your relationship with Karen Swift.
Yes.
And you told them at that time that you and Karen had been friends for almost 3 years.
Okay.
Is that correct? Do you need to look at
Yes, I do.
Is that a
I
question?
do need to look.
Page 5. I know it's been a number of years.
Mm-hmm. You said 5. Okay.
Is that correct that you had been friends for almost 3 years at that time? According to what you told the police?
According to what I told them, yes.
Okay. Now, you met her because you met her at the YMCA, is that correct?
I did.
And were you employed by the YMCA?
I was.
How were you employed, Ms. Bona?
I was a aerobics instructor.
Was that a full-time job?
No.
And you met Karen Swift because she was in one of your classes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And Karen Swift became very active at the YMCA. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes.
And it was important to her to work out and be physically fit?
Yes.
And she was a very strong and fit lady?
Yes.
And she worked out. Sometimes she would go early in the morning and work out at the gym?
She was there when I was there, and I was there at 8. I didn't get there earlier than 8.
And she would go several days a week?
Yes.
Probably about 4 or 5 days a week?
I think so.
And she lifted weights and worked out on machines?
She took spin classes and took some of my classes. I didn't always observe what she always did in the weight room.
Okay. And y'all continued to be friends?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I do need you to say yes or no or respond. I'm not, for the record.
Okay.
You and Karen started doing things socially after that.
Yes.
At the time, she was married to David Swift, and she had 4 children.
Yes.
She had 2 young daughters.
Yes.
And David Swift worked full time.
Yes.
And he was the major breadwinner for the family.
Yes.
From time to time, Karen did landscaping work and work for watching children over the time that you knew her.
The time I knew her, yes.
Okay. So sometimes she worked and did things for employment.
Yes, part-time.
And the thing about occasionally she would clean houses for money also.
Later on that I knew her, yes.
Okay. And she did that on an active basis?
Not when I first knew her.
Later on?
Later on.
Okay. Coming towards 2010, 2011, she did that on a more regular basis than she did when you first met her?
Yes, 2011, yes.
Okay. Now, you and Karen started coming over to your house socially.
Yes.
She would come over and stay for a number of hours occasionally.
Occasionally.
And while she was there, she would socialize with you and your husband and other friends that were
occasionally,
at your house.
yes.
And sometimes it would involve drinking.
Yes.
And sometimes it would involve hot tub activities.
2 times.
Okay. And you did have a hot tub, you said, and y'all actively used it.
Yes, we did. My husband and I used it a lot. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Karen, you said, would sometimes come over after she got her daughters to sleep.
Like I said before, I wasn't always aware if she had put them to sleep or had left like at 8 or 7 and David had put them to sleep. But I just know she would come over and we would hang out and she would go back home.
Right. So she would leave her daughters and David, or they would be asleep and she'd come over and socialize with you and your husband.
Well, it was 9 or 10 o'clock at night, so yes.
And she would stay for a few hours?
Yes, a couple hours.
Sometimes she would stay later.
Not a lot. No.
Let me just kind of use your interview as a guide to ask you some questions, ma'am.
All right.
It might flow more naturally that way.
I gotcha.
The last time you saw her was Sunday morning, on early Sunday morning after midnight on October the 30th of 2011.
Yes.
It was after the Halloween party.
Yes.
She dressed for the party.
Yes.
She had on black short sleeve shirt, mini skirt, black boots, and black tights with a spider mask.
I think so, yes. She was dressed like a cat.
Y'all drove over together from your house.
Yes.
Cat.
You, Bill, and Karen.
Yes.
You stayed until 12:15 or roughly 12:20. Is that what you told law enforcement when they
Around that time, yes.
You had something to drink.
Yes.
You were drinking wine.
Okay.
I'm asking if you need to refresh your memory.
Yeah,
on
I do.
page 13.
I'm not sure what I was drinking.
Page 13.
13?
I think he's trying to get this witness flustered and then get her to say something that she doesn't want to.
Okay, yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that what you told them?
That is what I told them, yes.
Okay. And you said Karen was drinking margaritas.
Okay. What page is that?
Page 14.
Okay. Yes, I think she was drinking margaritas is what I said.
Okay. And while you were there at the party for 4 to 4.5 hours.
Yes, roughly, I believe.
It's a long
and
party.
You told the police ask you all these questions. They asked you a lot of questions, didn't they?
They did.
And you told them you had had approximately 3 glasses of wine. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that your husband was drinking Wild Turkey and Diet Coke.
Yes.
Wild turkey. Bourbon?
And you told them when they asked you that you and Karen were not together the whole time of the party. You didn't watch her every minute of the party.
Correct.
And you left the party and went to McDonald's and then went to your house.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You and your husband and Karen left the party.
Yes.
Went to McDonald's.
Yes.
And then went to your house.
Yes.
Where she planned on spending the night.
Yes.
You said that she planned on picking up her daughter in the morning.
Yes.
And you mentioned that she had work to do at the Habitat House in Trimble or wherever it is.
Yes.
Okay. She left when she got a phone call from her daughter, Ashley.
Yes.
Ashley wanted her to come.
Yes.
And you watched her walk out, and you and your husband asked her, in light of what she had to drink, if she was okay to drive.
Yes.
And you didn't talk to her or hear from her anymore that night.
Correct. Yes.
And then the next afternoon, you texted, didn't you tell the police that you texted her around 3:50?
First question. Didn't you tell the police?
To say, text her number to say that the police were looking for you?
Well, what page would that be?
Page 18. Well, you texted her before that, but you texted
Yes,
her
texted
later
her
on,
before that. Yes.
about 11:52.
Mm-hmm.
And then you texted her later on about the police looking for her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Karen had access to the phone that you and your husband provided to her.
Yes.
You gave her that phone. You and your husband gave her that phone sometime months before.
Yes.
Even though she had another phone.
Yes.
And you told the police when they asked you why you gave her that phone, that you gave her the Voyager phone so she could call others instead of using her iPhone.
Okay. Page is that?
It's page 21.
All right. Yes, so she could call Jason.
But you said so she could call others instead of using her iPhone. Isn't that what you said?
Well, others would include Jason.
But you didn't limit it to just Jason in that response to the law enforcement, did you?
Probably not, because she was calling landscape clients as well.
I'm just asking about the words you used. You said others, didn't you? Is that correct?
What it says here is she wanted to use it so she said she could call Jason and he wouldn't find out about it. Jason Creasy.
Okay.
That's what I'm reading here.
Did you ever say others?
The only others I would have referred to is her landscaping clients.
Okay. You and your husband had the records to the phone that you gave Karen.
Yes, we have records to all our phones.
So you could, while you gave it to her, you could look at the records or see who she's communicating with if you wanted to.
If we wanted to, sure, yes.
And was there some point that y'all, before this, gave her the phone to use because her phone was cut off for non-payment or because it wasn't working?
Like, we gave her the phone because her other one wasn't working?
Yes.
No.
At some period other than what we're talking about now.
No.
Okay. Is that possible?
That her other phone wouldn't have.
If her iPhone, if it was either cut off or not working, that you let her borrow this phone at other times.
At other times?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm confused at what you're asking.
Well, I'm asking if you let her borrow that phone other times other than what we're just talking about.
No.
Okay. And are you aware of any time her iPhone wasn't working?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. You were asked by the police a lot of questions, and they asked you were asked if she had a boyfriend.
Okay.
They just flat out asked you that day, didn't they?
Yes, that's on the next page, correct?
Yeah. 22. Mm-hmm. And you responded, didn't you? Did you say, you asked if there were, you responded this way. You said there wasn't anyone like a boyfriend she was meeting. Isn't that how you answered it? You said
correct.
There wasn't anybody that she was going and meeting that you would say was a boyfriend.
Right.
All right. However, you followed up with the guy from Union City that exchanged texts with her, and you mentioned that, didn't you?
Okay.
Did you?
Did I mention that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I did.
And was there a guy from Union City?
There was a gentleman from Union City that she had met.
Was that the gentleman that y'all went to the concert with?
We did not go to the concert with him.
You went to the Kansas concert.
We did go to a Kansas concert.
She met him there.
She met him, yes, in the lobby at the Kansas concert on the boat.
You and Bill went, and Karen went with you.
Yes.
And Karen met him at the concert. And is that correct?
Yes.
And from that, they started having contact.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned, they asked you about Tom, these law enforcement officers, and you said he's a gentleman who has a Corvette and a bar in his house. That was your description. Is that how you described him?
What page would that be?
Page 24.
Yep. Lives in Union City. Pretty much all I know is he has a Corvette and a bar in his house.
Okay.
Ooh,
they were
Corvette.
just trying to ask you about information.
Okay.
Nice car.
And you answered them. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. They turned and asked about the hot tub and 40th birthday party during this interview, didn't they?
Yes.
On page 28.
28.
And you were asked the officer just asked you if Karen was nude, and you answered yes. And they asked you if you were, and you said, me, I'm modest. Not everybody else was, though, on page 29.
I say, who? Me? Not me. I'm very modest, so.
But you told them that Karen was.
Yes.
And you couldn't remember exactly. You said not everybody was.
No, not everybody was.
Okay. Referring to the hot tub party, when they asked you, the officers, about your being intoxicated, and you agreed that you had been drinking.
Yes.
And you said about that night, I can't remember specifics in response.
Okay. Is that on 30?
32.
32, okay.
They asked you about what went on at the party, and you volunteered. I can't remember specifics. Isn't that correct?
True.
And you also responded, weren't any nuns and priests there. We were all having a good time. Like you said, we're all adults, on page 33.
We need no nuns, no priests signs on the thumbnail.
Question. From having nuns and priests there too, everybody was naked, you know. Because he prompted me with a question.
And you responded by saying, weren't any nuns
There
and
weren't
priests
any,
there?
yes, from having nuns and priests there to everybody was naked, and I responded, there weren't any nuns and priests there. We were just having a good time. Like you said, we're adults.
All right. And
different context.
you weren't sure about whether Bill, your husband, was nude or not on page 34. But you said, I don't think so.
No.
It's that cloudy tub. Hot
No
tub.
audible response.
Can't tell.
Okay.
No.
But then you told them you don't remember specifics.
I said I don't think so.
Okay. You said that after, did they ask you that what happened after Karen got out of the hot tub, and was there a problem after that? Did you respond and tell them that you stayed in the hot tub and Karen went to the front room and laid on a pillow with no clothes on? Page 36.
Ashley's having fun with the polls over on Top Mark Media. That's awesome.
Okay.
Is that correct?
That she went in the house? Yes.
But that you stayed in the kitchen and that Karen went into the front room and laid on a pillow. Is that how you responded?
That is how I responded, yes.
All right. And that you saw your husband Bill go in there,
Yes.
but you didn't go in the room.
I
at
did
that
not. I was in the
time.
kitchen, which was connected to that room. It was very open, so.
But you didn't go into the room where they were.
No.
You were all right.
But I could see that room from where the kitchen was, which is one room over.
But you agreed that you were in the kitchen.
I think I was in the kitchen.
All right. But like you said, I can't remember specifics. Is that correct? What you had told the officer?
Yeah, specifics is where I was standing in the kitchen, and specifically where I was standing, yeah.
About the details of the party. You'd previously told him you can't remember the specifics about the detail of the party.
I think the specifics of who was standing where, yes, those kinds of things.
And Robin Alford went into the room where they were.
Yes.
You weren't in the room at that time. when
I was
she went
not. No.
in. And from this party, the officers asked you, and you said there was a falling out between you, Robin, and David.
Is that the next page?
Page 38.
Okay.
Did you respond from this party there was a falling out between you, David, and Robin?
Yes.
And you said because Robin claimed that Bill went in there and took advantage of her.
Yes.
That's what you said.
Yes.
And you went on and they asked you some more about other issues. And you had mentioned another occasion. Was it the Dina Quartermas party on page 39? Does that name ring a bell?
Oh yeah, I know Dina. That's probably the night that we had gone out and then come back.
And that y'all were drinking and you and Karen ended up in the bed upstairs together?
I was in the bed asleep with my pajamas on, yes, and then she came up there after that.
On page 39, though, when they asked you about that issue, you said that was the night after Dina Quartermas. So you and Karen were drinking and ended up in the bed upstairs together. Isn't that how you responded on page 39?
It says I went up in the bed fully clothed with the clothes I had on, and I remembered laid down in my bed.
And you and Karen ended up in the bed upstairs together.
She ended up coming in after that, yes.
But on that day, is that how you explained it? And that she wasn't fully clothed?
Yes.
Okay. And that at some point David came up while you and her were in bed and asked what was going on or made statements about come on home.
Yes, he
Is
was
that correct?
angry because he was accusatory of something that was going on.
Right. And this was in the nighttime, I guess.
Yes, it was night.
And I guess he didn't have the kids with him, but obviously she had parental obligations, didn't she? Karen Swift.
Of course, we all have parental obligations.
And he came up into your house to get her and see what she was doing.
Yes, to see where she was.
And there wasn't a physical fight or anything other than asking questions, and then he left.
Yes, there was yelling, and then he left.
And then Karen stayed for a while.
I'm not sure how long she stayed. She got herself together so that she could go home.
All right. And didn't David ask her, aren't you coming home?
That specifically that night?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, were there other occasions that you or to your knowledge, your husband called David Swift to come pick Karen up from your house?
Not that I can remember.
All right. So you're saying that there could possibly be, but you're not sure.
I don't remember us calling him to ask him to come get her. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember anything like that.
All right. You mentioned in your direct testimony about you asked David to take Karen home at one time?
After the 40th birthday party, yes.
When she was dizzy or almost passed out?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess from your 40th party, Robin Alford, after that, she never came over again.
No.
Robin Alford and Karen had been friends for a while.
Yes.
And after that, Robin wouldn't come over to your house or didn't come over to your house anymore.
Correct.
All right. And you didn't want, you also said, I don't want Robin Alford over at my house.
No, because she had made false accusations against my husband, and we wanted to cut ties because of that.
Because she claimed that your husband took advantage of Karen.
Yes, she claimed that, yes.
When Karen was passed out.
Well, she wasn't passed out. She was laying in the front room.
Okay. Totally nude.
Yes.
We've been over this.
David called you after that and said, what's going on with you and Karen?
Yeah, because Robin told him that and thought it was something going on, and there was not.
And, okay. Just one second. Now, the Walmart incident, was that the Walmart in Dyersburg?
Yes.
Okay, and they asked you about that also, and you gave them a date of that. Was it August the 4th, 2011?
What page would that be on?
It will be page 46.
I'm surprised there haven't been any objections.
Is that the correct date that you gave them? Or is that the date that you gave the police?
I don't see the date written here.
But you know what I'm talking about, the Walmart incident?
Yes, I know what you're talking about. I don't see the date written here.
Okay. The Walmart.
There it is. Okay. Yeah.
Do you see the date?
Yeah, August 4th. There it is.
All right.
He's trying to
And
discredit
I'm
this
just going
witness because she
what-
has some strong
Right.
you
testimony.
said.
Right.
And is that when Karen left home and to go to Walmart and left her car at the Walmart parking lot,
Yes.
and then you picked her up from her car,
Yes.
okay?
I believe that's what happened.
And then you and her went to karaoke.
I don't remember what we did that night because we did a lot of fun stuff together. So
Page 46.
46.
46, top of 46, 47.
Let's see.
Now we need to know the list of songs they sung because clearly that's relevant to the murder as well. Bug Dugger, you got your goat.
top of page 46, number 1.
Went out that night. I think we went to karaoke. Yes, it was just one.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Those were your words, though.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I said. I think we went to karaoke.
And that was nighttime.
Yeah, I guess it would have been.
Yeah. And were you aware that, so you and Karen left her car, so I guess it could make it look like she was at Walmart.
Yes, because we had asked her if she could park at our house, and she didn't want us to be uncomfortable and have David drive by.
Okay.
And make us feel uncomfortable because he'd be stalking us there too.
She told him she went to Walmart.
Because he'd be stalking us there too.
She told him she went to Walmart.
She told David she went to Walmart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that correct?
She got that he'd be stalking us there too.
And at some point, y'all came back to the car later on. Is that correct?
To the car in the parking lot?
Yes, after you finished with karaoke at night. Is that correct?
Yes, we got back to the car.
And then you're saying at that point, David came up and knocked on the window, the side window, and asked, "What are you doing?"
Yes.
Of his wife?
Yes.
Okay. And he also asked you, why are you covering for Kathy? And in essence, ask her to come home.
Yeah, why are you covering for her? Why are you covering for her? What are you doing?
All right.
And beat the side of the window.
There's a neighbor you have where you live. Is her name Mrs. Janie Helm?
Yes.
She lives immediately beside you?
She does.
Okay. The police ask you about that, and you inform them that she knows everything that goes on because she's kind of nosy, seriously. Did you tell the police that?
What page would that be on?
It'll be page 50.
Don't think the neighbor's in court today. She probably won't hear about this. Well, if she's nosy,
Did you tell
she
the
probably
police
will.
that? You brought up Miss Helms' name.
Miss whose name? Sorry? Miss Helms' name, yes.
Helms. You gave them the name, is that correct?
If you're standing, she knew I was. That wasn't that.
When you refresh your memory, let me ask you a couple questions. Did you tell the police that Miss Helm watched you from the kitchen and fence sometimes?
Honey, the neighbors are out in the hot tub again.
From what I said, it looks like the way her house is set up, she could see in my window and the TV that's in my window.
And did you just tell them that she peeks and listens to you on page 50? Those are your words?
Just a regular Tennessee neighborhood, right, Allie?
All right.
So
did you also, the police ask you about
to go to CrimeCon.
Karen wouldn't respond to David phone calls sometimes when she was with you and your husband?
Yeah.
And you told them that she wouldn't respond sometimes to his phone calls?
Yes, she would not sometimes, correct.
And on page 58, they asked you about that, and you stated Karen wasn't perfect, so she had to lie to him a bit in order to do anything.
That's what it says, yes.
That's what you told the police. They asked you about you and your husband getting involved in her marriage, and you indicated that you and your husband gave her a phone and also the money to file for divorce.
Yes.
All right. And also a way to leave town with her two girls, with their children, their two girls.
A way to leave town. She was just going to go on a vacation with us, yes.
And you were aware that, let me make sure I'm that you was going to maybe be cleaning a house in Trumbull the morning after the Saturday night party.
Yes.
Okay. David's the one that called you and told you about her car being on the side of the road.
Yes.
He wanted to know if you knew where she was.
Yes.
All right, that he and the girls were looking for her.
Yes.
And that he found out from somebody else that her car was on the side of the road.
From what I remember, he said he took the girls to church and saw it on the side of the road.
All right. And didn't he tell you, well, back then, didn't you tell the police that Jennifer Lamb, David told you that Jennifer Lamb told him that the car's on the side of the road with a flat tire? That's how he found out when he called you.
Was there that on page?
It is, page 66, 67.
66 or 67?
And you had a chance to refresh your memory.
That's on the bottom of 67, it appears.
When they asked you about how you found out that David Swift called you. And
Said she sent her a text.
Yeah, that Jennifer, this is the name, you mentioned the name Jennifer Lamb though, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. She said she sent her a text.
If we're doing it consecutively, we're almost done with the report. You can see the thickness of the, probably 3/4 of the way through. But I have zero
Yes,
faith
what
that
I
we're
said
gonna do
is
it
she's,
consecutively.
her neighbor said she sent a text to Karen at 9:30 asking, is this your car on the side of the road?
Right. That David had found out from somebody else and called you and your husband.
I don't know if that's how he found out unless he saw that text message with her phone.
Okay. You and Bill drove out there, but David called you. That's how you found out and asked where she was.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Bill drove out there to look at her car.
We did.
Okay. You and Bill drove separately?
I think so.
Okay. And just one second. Did you also go by, did you go to the house in Trumbull?
He did.
Okay. Didn't you tell the police that day that you and Bill drove to Tiffany's house and she wasn't there on page 71?
Yeah, that's what we were looking for.
So you, on that day, you told the police that you and Bill drove to Trumbull together. You and Bill drove there together.
No, it says, so Bill drove to the Trimble house.
Okay. Just trying to be accurate.
Yes.
One second.
Just trying to be accurate by misstating the record.
He was just trying to see if she was there.
On the top of page 71, did you respond, we drove to her house, speaking about Tiffany?
Yes.
That's what you said then.
Did you make contact? We drove to her house and she wasn't there.
Okay. Just one second, I'm almost finished.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Do you guys hear that?
And they jumped around again, the police, and asked you questions about Karen and some of her activities, and you said in response to the police questions about other people that she might be seeing or having contact with, you told the police she's conversing with the guy from Arkansas, a married boyfriend, on page 79. Is that correct?
That it says, I know there was a man in Little Rock that her and David were friends with back in Arkansas. She had been conversing with. I guess people were saying she had a married boyfriend.
All right, but those were your words, weren't they?
Yes, those were some of the accusations that were coming out.
All right. And you responded, you had some knowledge about the guy from Arkansas.
Yeah, I know she talked to him a couple times, but they were friends back in Arkansas.
Okay.
Didn't think anything
Now,
about it.
The police in that interview are asking you about Karen's passwords and changing things. And in response on page 83, did you inform the police in that interview that Karen was all the time changing her passwords and stuff on her phone? Page 83.
That's what I said.
All right. Karen was changing her passwords all the time. Is that correct?
Yes, I said she was all the time
Constantly.
changing her passwords and stuff.
And constantly changing it. Those were your words.
Yes, those are my words.
You were aware, the officers are still jumping around, I'm just trying to be orderly, that
Right.
David hurt his knee at work last Wednesday before this interview on page 83.
Let's see. Okay, that's that. Yeah, it's jumping around.
Did you say, page 83, your exact words, you knew that David hurt his knee at work last Wednesday before she went missing?
Does he need it? I don't know. He said he hurt it at work. I said, I don't know. He said he hurt it at work. This was just last Wednesday.
Okay, that's how you responded. And you volunteered that you saw David hobbling around on his crutches the Wednesday or Thursday prior to Karen going missing on page 84.
84. Yes.
All right. And then the police from there ask you about, I guess, the hay party or the bonfire party on Friday night.
Yes.
You went to that.
Yes.
All right. You saw David and Karen both there.
Yes.
All right. They were there with their children and other people.
Yes.
It was like a family thing.
Yes. Karen wanted to have a party for her children.
Right. And you said you saw David with his crutches. Is that correct?
He put the crutches down. Yes.
When he
That's what I said. Did you ever see him without? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Did you indicate you saw him with his crutches?
Not that date.
Page 84.
84. He put the crutches down. Yes, he put them down. Mm-hmm.
Did you say Swift had crutches and you saw him get on a four-wheeler?
He put crutches down to get on the four-wheeler.
Right. So he put them down when he sat on it.
Yes.
All right. That's what you said. All right.
And then put all his weight and kick his leg off. And when he sat on the floor, like it didn't hurt at all. Like it didn't seem like it was limpy. Yes, that's what I said.
But he's sitting on the four-wheeler when he puts his crutches down.
Yes, and kicking his leg out
Okay.
and sitting right down. Yes.
And you didn't give him specific information about which leg, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. And the officers jumped around, so let me just follow in their order.
Actually, I did. Exactly. Put all your weight on that one, and then he kicked.
All right.
Because I was right behind him. He kicked his butt. It was to me. He kicked this leg up, and the weight was on his feet to kick up to get onto the four-wheeler is what I said.
Just a second.
So, yes, he was kicking his legs around on the four-wheeler.
just a minute. One at a time, please. Go ahead and ask your question.
What page are you on?
85, the top of 85.
Yes.
No, it's the other way. What page are you on? She's giving page numbers back.
Just 1 second.
Is that where it ends?
When the officers asked you about going to Karen's car on that Sunday morning, you answered some questions about that.
Okay. What page would that be?
It would be page 93.
93.
Did you indicate you noticed some things in Karen's car when you went?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you noticed her boots in the car and noticed that they were dirty?
Yes.
All right. And you told the officer, following on to page 94, about the boots. It looked like the dirt on the boots were from the sandy, dirty area around where the car was. Is that what you said?
Where the car was? Sorry, I'm trying to be clear of what you're asking.
Let me.
I noticed her boots were dirty. There was stuff on them.
And they were dirty. Is that how you responded?
Yes.
And you stated yourself, it looked like the dirt on the boots were from the dirty, sandy, dirty area around where the car was.
It looked like whatever the stuff was around the car right then.
Okay. Now, did you know that Karen had more than 2 phones at that time?
Did I know she had more than 2?
Yes.
No.
All right. But when you looked in the car, did you notice a little purple phone? Page 94.
Yes, a little lavender one that Ashley had it before it was sitting out, but she doesn't use it now.
But you noticed that in the car.
That's what I said, yes. In the cooler.
Let me just back up, and I'm almost through. Was Karen known to get up about 5 a.m. and leave to go to the YMCA or work?
I never witnessed that myself.
Did she ever tell you that?
That she got up early to
go to work or go to the YMCA?
Not that I can remember, but it wouldn't surprise me if she went to do landscaping work early.
Okay.
Or clean that house.
Are we done?
Thank you, ma'am.
That was painful.
Just have a few questions, not many.
Okay.
Just to clarify, when did Karen start cleaning houses?
She started cleaning houses. She helped clean my house to pay back the part of the loan. And it was later on in 2011 when she started doing that to start making some money.
Okay, so when you say later on, was it closer to the fall?
Yes, it was closer to when she filed for divorce.
Okay. And do you know what the reason was that she started cleaning houses?
So she could make some money to be on her own and be independent, since she did not have any money, any financial. She was financially dependent on him.
Okay. And the second phone, when did you give that to her?
Seems like it was right before she needed to start talking to Jason Creasy and arranging the divorce.
Okay. So it was around the same time as the divorce? Or
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't months before?
No.
And why did she need that second phone?
So she could talk to the lawyer and arrange this divorce and him not stalk her and find out about it. She was trying to make arrangements to make a divorce, to get a divorce, and needed some privacy.
Okay. Mr. Taylor asked you about the fact that you made a statement that Karen would have to lie to David to get out of the house. Why would she have to do that?
Because he didn't want her to go anywhere.
Okay.
And anywhere she went, if it was to hang out, he accused her of sleeping around or drinking. So she wanted to go to karaoke or go to a concert. She had to say, she had to lie, and he accused her of doing something else.
Okay. Was that pretty common?
Yes.
And the purple phone that you saw in the car, did you say that was Ashley's phone?
It appears what I said there, it looked like Ashley had used it at one point.
Okay. So it wasn't Karen's phone?
No.
And one last thing. There was a question about whether or not Karen went to the YMCA at 5 in the morning.
Right.
Did you ever know of Karen to go to the YMCA at 5 in the morning when she's only had 2 hours of sleep the night before?
Not that I witnessed. She was there when I was there at 8, and I never went there that early. So when I was there at 8, she would be there. That's why we worked out together. So I don't think she'd work out for 3 hours at a time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
After you and your husband and Karen returned from your trip in Alabama,
Yes.
Karen went back and lived in the house with David Swift.
Yes.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're going to do a sidebar. I'll turn this off in case it gets loud. Looks like it's not going to get loud. That's good. All right, wake up, back to redirect. I think we're done. I think we're actually done with this witness. I don't know if we're still going through party participants or if I don't know. We still have the ME. The ME hasn't testified. We've got, I think, a couple experts that are going to be testifying that we haven't heard from yet. I know we've got the FBI cell phone analysis lady that was honestly quite boring. She was really good up until she started showing that chart. As soon as it went to PowerPoint, it was awful. I don't know if he paid the $200,000 or if he had a 10%, 20K. I don't know the terms of his bond release, but he is out on bond. It was $200,000. He might have a bond company. Yeah, we've fallen back into the slow category. The defense read a 95-page affidavit in a question and answer format and did so poorly. Some states don't allow you to have a bond company. I mean, like bond companies, they're not a thing in those states. I'm trying to remember which ones they are, where it's cash only. I agree, Scottish Squirrel. PowerPoints are a last resort. Good thing there's bonds in Nashville with CrimeCon going on this weekend. Allie, hopefully your headache goes away and you get a chance to run down there. I know I've been watching Ian Runkle has been posting some updates as he's down there already. I think Emily D. Baker's on her way or is down there as well. They might even do a meetup outside of CrimeCon, so you don't have to be a CrimeCon participant to go, but it's going to be at a local establishment where they're going to hang out and people can just show up and say hi, which I think is awesome. I would love to do that.
Anything else for this witness?
No, Your
Honor. Ma'am, you're free to step down. Is this witness excused?
Yes. Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're free to go.
She is out of here.
Go ahead, next witness.
State calls Dr. Marco Ross.
Dr. Marco Ross. It sounds like a professional. He was in the...
Expect that to be fairly lengthy.
I don't. I can't anticipate cross-examination, Your Honor, but my examination won't take longer than 20 minutes, I don't believe.
Let's have a quick conference over here.
Yes.
Okay, quick conference. There's Dr. Ross there with his manila envelope, and I think he's got a briefcase. Nope, no briefcase. Just manila envelope. So expert of some sort. Karina says, states unfriendly to commercial bail include Illinois, Kentucky, Maine, Massachusetts, Nebraska, Oregon, and Wisconsin, per Google. What are we doing? What are we doing? It looks like we're getting a new shot. The copier has made an appearance, so we also see the camera, the pan-tilt zoom camera that's gathering the witness and the podium shot. This is a 2-camera gig, by the way. Trying to see what type of... it looked like a Canon or a Panasonic. Can't tell. Oh, Brandy's at CrimeCon too. Oh man, I think I thought Ikadmel was going again. He was there last year. Wish I could go to CrimeCon. Yeah, it wasn't in the budget or in the calendar for me. And some of her mods at CrimeCon. That's awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break to take care of a logistics matter real quick. So it's not a bad time anyway. Let's take about 5 or 10 minutes there.
All rise. Not sure what the logistics matter is. This is the view back from that other camera. There's a lot you can do with these PTZ cameras. They're pretty cool. I'm glad I've got one. I need to get another, but I guess everyone's filing out. It might be a full break. It is a full break. Would you look at that? Full break time. All right, so we get a few minutes. In those few minutes, I can tell you that looks like Bryan Kohberger is still doing the Kohberger thing up here. They're still...
Technically, the call detail records tell us that. The drive test data help us become more accurate with that.
They're still doing that. The jurors in the Daybell case have deliberated just over 7 hours now by my count, which is a little bit ahead, but I'm okay with that. Phone is ringing. Bail bond is also opposed by the American Bar Association and illegal in almost all countries. Thank you, Mathis. Want some? I have a stock. Okay, I bought stock in. Well, I bought stock options in Gray Television. GTN is the stock. This is not a stock tip, by the way. I would absolutely say whatever I do financially, it's probably in your best interest to do the opposite. But don't take that as advice either. But I bought stock in or bought some options in Gray Television, and it looks like this today. And I'm not sure if you can see the chart here. It's just going up, which is cool. I like that. That's a good day. It's up to over $6. It's up 10% today, which is a good gain for stocks. Unfortunately, for my stock option to make money, instead of being at $6 a share, it needs to be closer to 18. And it's got till August to do that. So if you guys want to buy advertising on Gray Television Network and really make their profit line soar so that I can recoup the $15 I invested in it, you can do that. $18 maybe. Who removed the feeds? Do you want to see all the feeds again? Let's see. Let me go here and then here. I need to change one backdrop. There we go. Oops. Well, that didn't work very well. Why did we go to straight blue? Why can't it be camera one? Oh, that's why. I figured out. Never mind. I figured out what I was doing wrong. We turn that off, and then we go to super source, and then we drag this down. There we go. Downstream keyer was on. All right. So here's our. Well, that's wrong. Box source 1 needs to be camera 2.
Rails for individuals.
There we go. So we've got Bryan Kohberger in the top. We have Daybell in the top right. So top left is Kohberger, top right is Daybell, bottom left is the not so swift trial. That's where we're at. You're waiting on a couple verdicts today. There a lot of juries are doing a lot of deliberating today. Yeah, it seems crazy that CrimeCon has been a year since I've heard about it last. Is there a CrimeCon channel on YouTube? Scarlett O'Hara, here's my complaint. If CrimeCon is listening, here's my complaint. They actually prohibit live streaming from CrimeCon. You're not allowed to do it without special written permission. I realize that they do a lot of conventions and a lot of speakers and guest speakers, and that would sort of ruin the whole draw of getting people to pay a couple $100 for a ticket to be able to go and hear all these different speeches. But I think that live streaming from the floor of CrimeCon, just going around meeting people and looking at the booths and talking, that I would be down for. I would do that in a heartbeat if they would let me. Did we show the thumbnail? The latest thumbnail I have on this one is right here. There might be a few more things on there that I have not updated yet, but that's what we had when we started today. EDB is going to do a live afterwards. I think they're going to probably do a live from a restaurant or something. CrimeCon is it's a convention, crime convention. People who like true crime go there. You get a lot of content creators. You get a lot of news reporters, big names from the legal field as far as lawyers. You might have some old judges there. You might have family members of victims are there, especially notable ones. You might have I don't know. I think previously there was the daughter of BTK was there. You've got news reporters Bryan Ayden type things would be there. There's just a ton of things that go on. High profile attorneys, podcast shows are down there. You might have a few companies that are trying to advertise to people who might be interested in true crime. But anyway, it's basically a meet and greet, and you get to hear some cool stories and from some insiders in the world of true crime. Moon Age, welcome. Says you're new to the channel. Just wondering how you came up with your name, Recovery Addict. I chose the name Recovery Addict initially because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. This was a metal detecting channel, believe it or not. But I also have a history of addiction to computer gaming, and so we kept the name Recovery Addict. I like it, but we do support people who are on their path to sobriety, no matter where they are. So, a lot of support for addicts of all different types here who are working on sobriety. The Kowalskis are going to be at CrimeCon, yes, and they're awesome. They're amazing. I'm not sure if Maya is going to like it or not. When I met Maya is like the sweetest girl, and she's very quiet. And I'm not sure if that would be the best environment for her. But, yeah. Carrie doesn't like being called that. I realize that, but most people wouldn't know who Carrie was if I just said Carrie. And she's done a ton of work related to her father. So I'm not trying to be rude, but that's how a lot of people know her. Hosting a hot tub party at CrimeCon. Who's in? Live stream. What's going on about Sarah-Boone? Sarah-Boone has been delayed. The latest we have. Let's see, 1 second here. Hang on, let me listen into, while we do this, while I look this up, let's listen into BK.
We have argument for the court.
Okay. Let's go ahead then.
Your Honor, what I'd like to do is I'd like to start with Ms. NASA. She's going to cover one of the requests specific to the grand jury subpoenas, and then I'll cover the rest of this morning's argument.
Okay, ooh. Thank you.
Sounds spicy.
Your Honor, to facilitate this argument on this point, I am going to hand you defense exhibits A and B.
Whoa, Amber, buffer him. We've got a verdict. Verdict in Daybell. Okay, so I think we've got a half-hour notice, I believe. Let me stop the timer. At somewhere between around 7 hours of deliberation. So here's what we need to do. We're going to pause. We're going to pause the trial in Tennessee to take the verdict in Daybell. This has been a crazy day. Then I'm going to stop and restart our live stream here. We're going to stay going live on Top Mark Media. I will stream both locations, and we'll play the music once that happens. So with the verdict in Daybell, wow. Okay, I've got all the buttons I need to push. Give me just a second. Nope, we'll keep playing that. We'll keep playing that one. Oh, dang it. Messed something up. I messed up the BK recording. Sorry about that, you guys. We'll pause camera 3. Okay. And I know this wasn't the music you were expecting, but this is the music we get because we're going to wrap this up for just a minute and take a break. I am right now activating our verdict. Let's see, let's make this one from unlisted to public. Publish. Okay, we're gonna go to this in just a second. Hold on just a second. Lots of things going on. All right, guys, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live, which is in about 30 seconds on another stream where we address the Daybell trial, which just reached a verdict. We did not follow the trial here. We followed it on Top Mark Media, but we're going to jump over there and here and try to cover them both. So let's see. I will redirect us there. I've got that set up now. You guys, portal incoming. All right, we'll see you right after this. Let's see. Where's my? Oh man, I don't even have the pictures set up. This is tragic. We need professionals in here. All right, there we go. We'll see you guys in just a minute. Here we go. Hold on.